Oh my good heavens! Good evening, everyone. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, there's one. Ah, and there we go. Magically, the green screen is gone. It vanished. Woo! Well, welcome back to the stream. That is a great start. I was sitting in here in the dark, and it just was so great having it just be all completely dark. And then all of a sudden, I was like, oh, I need the lights to get rid of that green screen behind me and to, you know, make it look like I'm not some basement-dwelling goblin, which I kind of am. Minus the goblin part. Yeah, Blobtick, welcome. Glad you could be here. Idea for a trap. The player needs to fix the clock. Oof. I don't know if that should be a trap or if that should be something that I pay someone to do to fix the clock. It's so weird. I don't get why sometimes it will only count down by like odd numbers. It's super bizarre because it doesn't do that all the time. So I don't know why, but anyway, or get shot by a Glock. Just throw a couple Glocks on the wall in the dungeon. Might be a good way to, good luck finding a way to disarm that trap though. Anyway, that's 3 seconds, by the way. I have a clock on my hand right now. Oh, well, there we go. You're coding on a regular basis. How could you not be a basement goblin? That's a good point. That's a good point. I feel like anyone who is actually consistent in their development times and schedules kind of basically is a basement goblin. So, and technically I am. I am in my basement right now. My unfinished basement that is a little cold sometimes, but oh well, we do what we can. We do what we can. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Glad you could all be here on this fine evening or afternoon or morning, wherever you may be. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So we're going to jump straight into it because we have so much that we're going to be doing tonight. I hope, hopefully we get a lot of stuff done tonight. Blackjack says, I can confirm only 4 things I did last week was school, coding, food, and sleep. That, I mean, I'd say that's a pretty good schedule. I mean, sleep, there goes a third of your day. Well, if you're on a good sleep schedule. If you're not on a good sleep schedule, like myself, there goes maybe a quarter of your day or less. Food, that one's necessary. Coding, you can't give up the coding. And then school, I guess that's kind of important too. But sounds like you had a pretty good week last week then. Third, more like fourth. Yeah, fourth. That's kind of how it is for me too right now. Yeah, it's usually asleep by like 1:30 or so in the morning, and then waking up at like 5:30, 6 to get to work. So school is forced. I do coding in school too though. So, well, there you go. Yeah, school is a little, stay in school. Stay in school. I will say that. Stay in school. It is important. So, it's important. Stay in school. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Okay, cool. Well, last week, ooh, what a week. We had a crazy week last week. I'm not going to go over everything because there was just so much stuff that we got to, but I am just going to kind of go over the highlight. And that highlight is we finally not only got the random dungeon gen word, I cannot say dungeon. So we're just going to say tomb because it's supposed to be tomb. The random tomb generation working. I made a snake. Exactly. Yes, that snake has been made and it is here to stay. Yes. So finally got the random tomb generation working via the snake method and or the path carver, I guess we decided to call it, or I decided to call it. I've called it the path carver. And if you don't like it, then too bad. So sad. Anyway, it's the path carver method. It works fantastic, although this is very... What is happening here? It's just one giant line. It is very snake-like. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. So there is more places to go, more things to do. That is just a very... That was a very long corridor out there. So that was... I was very thrown off. I was like, if this thing is just one giant circle, that will be quite the random dungeon generation going on there. Okay, it's not that bad. Once I've explored the whole thing, it's not that bad. So, Pathcarver sounds pretty cool as a name and concept. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was very literal in that naming. I was like, well, it's carving a path, so I decided to call it Pathcarver. So, you know, that's 1,000 points for originality, right? Anyway, yes, the Pathcarver method, once dubbed the Hydra method, but unfortunately we will have to kind of be scrapping it, but we are taking ideas from the Hydra method. So, you know, it isn't all lost, Devious Oatmeal, if you are here. It is not all lost. There are still some remnants of the... I literally just said it. What was its name? Hydra. The Hydra method. There's still remnants. It was still fantastic, and it has done what it has done. So. Anyway. So, finally got all that implemented. Realized, even though I went kicking and screaming, realized I needed to completely rewrite the entire tomb scene. So this entire scene you're seeing right here, the tomb scene, is needing to be rewritten. The code was garbage, absolute hot garbage. 2 months old, and I'm like, this is terrible, absolutely terrible. Gotta go back and rewrite the whole thing. Anyway, so that's what we did last week. Finally got this implemented, started rewriting everything, got the movement script much cleaner and much better. So now you can move around. It shows the dungeon in your field of view, your first, your FPS, your first person, whatever we're calling it. I guess we're just calling it the POV, the point of view. Yeah, it's the POV. Shows in the POV, and yeah, and then all this fun stuff. Blackjack says, same trap as me, only improving stuff you already made. Yes, yeah. All this stuff was made, just need to go back and rewrite it all, which is so much fun. Actually, no, it really is good. It may not be fun all the way across, but it is good because there is a lot of stuff that I needed to fix. There's a lot of inefficiency that I need to adjust. So we're going through, rewriting everything, and it's going to be great. So with that, let's get into tonight and what we're going to be working on. So I don't think I've really written down anything we're going to be doing, since the general thing I wrote down was just redo entire tomb scene, which is very general, very broad, but so we will need to break this out into smaller things, which we are going to be doing. So the first thing that I feel like I kind of want to be doing is I want to do the monster / item / trap spawns. And maybe I should break that into smaller pieces, but that is kind of just a giant task in and of itself. So we're just going to do that entire thing, and you will see why in just a minute. Sozman, hello. Nice to be able to catch you on again. This is cool stuff. Thank you. Glad you could be here. Glad you caught me online. There will always be the VODs up if you ever miss me, but yeah, always fantastic to have more people in the chat. So thank you, Sozman. I appreciate you being here. All right, so we are going to start working on the monster item and trap spawns. I'm also glad you think this is cool. I don't know. I after doing this for so many years, just by myself, not really talking to anyone about it, it's weird to like be doing it on stream and have people be like, oh, this is cool. I'm like, really? Because I feel kind of lame working on this stuff. I'm like, what am I doing with my life? But apparently it's working well enough. So Blobchick says, what type of trap did you use to catch him? I won't tell. That's a secret. I will die with that secret. Sozman says, yeah, someone who used RPG Maker way back when. It's interesting to see it being used in such a creative way. Thank you. Yeah, I do try to. I love pushing the limits of the engine, I must say. That's probably like I get the most joy out of just being like, okay, RPG Maker can do this. I want to do this, and I'm gonna make it do it one way or another. So it's a good time. Game deving is the coolest and lamest thing at the same time. That true words have never been spoken. It quite literally is the coolest, but also the lamest thing ever. Like if you're watching someone who is really good at it, like so many streams that I've watched and I'm just like, this is insane. Like I love this, but then you sit there and think about it for a second and you're like, it's kind of is stupid, kind of lame, but it's still so cool at the same time. I guess you could say that about a lot of things though, so I'm not going to judge. Especially because I'm literally doing that right now. So I'm definitely not going to judge. Anyway, all right, so here's what we're going to do. So before, let me just show you what we currently have, and it is just an absolute garbage hot mess. So this is the spawning of the monsters and items, which then also became the spawning of the exit, which we have already, we're going to be putting in the random dungeon generation spot, so we're not going to need that in here. Yeah, it is not good. There's so much stuff in here that we don't need. Like, look at this. Look at all of this here. All of this garbage. All of this is just to say, hey, spawn a monster or spawn an item or spawn a trap and spawn the exit and all that fun stuff. So we are going to greatly reduce and make this much more efficient than it currently is. So let's do that. All right, so first things first, let's come over here to the tomb. So this is the int, the move, and the transition. We do not want to use that event. And then this is the dice move event. We also do not want to use this event. The reason why we have to use different events is because each one of these are running a parallel process, right? So each one of these pages is doing something alongside all of the other events. So because this one is specifically handling the player movement, I can't utilize this to spawn things because we don't want to, you know, interrupt being able to move around the map. So we have to use a completely different event. Blackjack says, yeah, it's like making pancakes. It's so easy to be fun to watch. That's a good comparison. Although I would never say making pancakes is lame. If you're making pancakes, I'm there. So, but it can be fun to watch, absolutely. Especially like the art pancakes. I would never have the patience for it, but it's really fun and cool to watch. So I think what we're gonna do. Oh, sorry, that was had like a hair in my ear, like from my head that was like pointing into my ear and it was tickling my ear. Anyway, that is neither here nor there. We are going to use a common event. Should we use a common event? Let's use a common event. Yes, we're going to use a common event to spawn the monsters and all that fun stuff. Blobchick says, it's almost the easiest thing I have made food-wise. They are very easy, especially when you buy just like the bags of pancake mix. Then it's super simple because it's just the mix and water. But even without that, it's like, what, like 3 ingredients? 4? Yeah, super easy to make and delicious. I love pancakes. Although, here's a question for everybody. Pancakes or waffles? Which one? Converse. Let's see which one wins. All right, so this one's going to be spawn monsters / items / traps. Team waffles here. There we go. All right, we got one. Oh, actually, here, I think I can do this. Hold up now. Hold up. Chat settings. Can I do a, I think I can do a poll. What do I just do? / poll / p pin. I don't know how to do a poll. All right, I don't know how to do a poll. We're just gonna pretend. We're just gonna pretend like I didn't just try to do a poll. Can I not do polls? Thought I could do polls. Anyway, we're not gonna do a poll. I have birds at home, so making pancakes are easy. Fair enough. Wait, what? What do you mean you have birds at home, so making pancakes are easy? You might need to explain a bit more what having birds at home has to do with making pancakes. I look forward to hearing that story. Oh, you have birds for eggs. Okay, all right. I thought you just meant in general you had birds around your house, and I'm like, I don't think that affects your ability to make pancakes, but maybe it does. Maybe it does. Eggs are a core part of pancakes. Yes. I get that now. I was very confused. I thought you just meant birds in general were at your house, and I was like, that. I don't think having a parakeet makes it any less or more difficult to make pancakes, but maybe. I've never had a parakeet, so, you know. I also have a pet potato plants, so I can make potato flour. It sounds like your house is just the perfect house to make pancakes, and that is what you should be making every single day. You got your potato flour, you got your eggs, you're halfway there. Okay. So, the way we were doing the monsters and the items and stuff like that before was every single time you walked into a room, it would spawn a new monster or item if the room was empty. I don't know why I did it that way. Extremely inefficient. No point in doing that. I should just spawn all of the items and the monsters in the beginning and call it good. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do that. So first things first, what we're gonna do is we're going to loop, because loops are extremely fast and efficient, and we're just gonna put all this in a loop. Blobchick says, now I need to go get a cow. Get on that. Get on that. And then after that, get a maple tree so you can get maple syrup. Yep. And then you'll be set. And maybe have a rare item that lets you reveal where all items on the floor is. That would actually be really cool. I do like that. being able to reveal. I would like to eventually have it to the point where after you discover the room, if you leave an item or a monster in the room, it marks it on the map. So like if you've left something and you are out and away, you can look at the map and be like, oh yeah, there was a monster there, there was an item there. But yeah, having some type of like rare item or something like that lets you just reveal the items completely on the map, that would be awesome. You don't put syrup on your pancakes? What? All right, what do you put on your pancakes? Sugar though. All right, fair enough. Do you like peanut butter or jam or jelly or anything like that? And jelly. Okay, fair enough. What about you, Sozman? Do you what do you put on your waffles? Do you put syrup? Do you put butter, peanut butter, jam, jelly, and also jam? All right, fair enough. So here's what we're gonna do. We need to control variable. We're gonna use this random number 1. Salesman says pretty much just syrup, possibly strawberry. Yeah, that's about how I am. I'm mostly just syrup on my pancakes. And I absolutely demolish those things with syrup. Like I flood the crap out of my plate with syrup. Like it's bad. I put so much syrup on my pancakes and my waffles. Sounds American. It is very much American. The serving size on syrup is like 1 tablespoon or something like that. I probably put about 10 to like 12 tablespoons of syrup on my pancakes. It's not good. It is very unhealthy. But there's a reason why I only eat pancakes maybe like twice a month at most. Because it's extremely unhealthy, but that's just the way that I eat them. So I'm like, I would rather just eat them less regularly and have them just be crazy syrupy goodness versus trying to be healthy about it, you know? Real Americans put ranch on them. That's right. I put 1.5 spoons of sugar. All right, so that's still a decent amount of sugar. I wonder how much sugar is in syrup. I know it's a lot. I know it is a very sugary substance. Especially because the syrup I buy is not even like real syrup. It is literally just water and sugar and like maple flavoring. So, who puts a whole building on pancakes? A whole building? I don't get it. Chicken and waffles is a banger though. It is really good. I've only had it like twice in my life, but it was really good. I really enjoyed it. Very good. Okay, so what we're gonna do is if we set random number 1, which is variable ID 911, we set it to 1. This is the starting point for where we are assigning things, right? So if we then do loop, we say, let's see, what do we say? We say we need a script. Yes, so we're gonna say if game variables dot value 911. Yeah, that would be right. Blackjack says, who has chicken and waffles at the same time? You gotta try it. It's actually pretty good. It is definitely a different kind of thing. I'm not usually one for like sweet and savory, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I bet you could find a place around there that serves chicken and waffles. I'm telling you, this is one of those that don't knock until you try it. Yes, absolutely. I will concur. Look up and see if you can find anywhere around you that serves chicken and waffles. You will not regret it. I don't like chicken and beef that much, to be honest. Oh, well, then maybe you scrap what I just said. Maybe you wouldn't like it then if you don't like chicken or beef. Yeah, maybe don't try it then. If you're not a fan of chicken or beef, don't try chicken and waffles. Just stick with your pancakes. That'll be a much better way to go about it. So here's what we need to do. Wait, we don't need 911. What am I doing with my life? Okay, here's what we need to do. We need to find which variable. So the rooms formula we were doing before. So it is 97 plus Game variable. Oh my goodness. Variables. What is happening? Value 911. Okay, let's freaking figure this out. There we go. Okay. Whew. If game variables dot value 97 plus game variables 911 times 4. So that would be 97 plus 911, which is 1 times 4. So basically it's 9. So it's 1 times 4, which is 4, plus 97, so 101. So we're looking at room number 1. Okay, here we go. Yes, so if that is equal to or greater than, nope, we're just gonna say greater than 0. So if, basically this is saying if there is a room. I've been hit by lag. It is currently saying I have 0 viewers. What's happening? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Bitrate is in the red. Oh no! Let's see what's happening. Blackjack says Twitch stream doesn't exist right now. Oh no. Let's see. OBS still says it's going to Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is definitely... Stream stopped for a second. Now you're good, I think. All right, let's see. Bitrate is still showing weird things. Okay, bitrate is looking in the green again. I think we're fine. I hope we're fine. Still saying 0 viewers, which is weird. Very bizarre. Let's see if I go like this and put my hands up. Okay, so it's showing about a 3-second delay. Okay, there we go. Viewers are back. Bitrate's good. I just had that happen as well, but it seems better now. It works now. Phew. All right, that was weird. Sorry about that. I don't know what was going on with. I mean, I guess just Twitch, because YouTube never dropped. I don't know why. Yeah, YouTube never dropped. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, well, glad that's working again. We're gonna continue. Okay. So, anyway, fish is good. I will have to disagree with you there. I'm not much of a fish person. I'm okay with some sushis and fish sticks. I like fish sticks, but not in that way. South Park watchers. Yeah, fish. Maybe you should try fish and waffles. Maybe. You're Norwegian? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You are forced to like it. Yeah. That would be like, well, a lot of the world. I feel like fish is a pretty big staple in a lot of places. Sosman says I'm very picky about fish myself. Yeah, I can eat some types of fish so long as they're prepared right. But for the most part, fish and me, not a fan. Not a fan. Okay, so this should basically just say, so everything in here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. And then that is also, okay. So we need one more there. I think that should be right. So that should be a correct if statement. So basically saying, if variable 101, which is the room 1 layout, if it's greater than 0. So this is basically saying, is there a room here? If so, here's what we're going to do. If so, then we're going to say, crap. No, we need 2 of these. Well, okay, let's think about this. Because basically we need to say, is there a room there? And has nothing been spawned there? Okay, so we need multiple conditions, which I think you can do something like this. and then I think if I just do more parentheses and another and, we should be good. Now I feel like I don't know if that's actually true. I'm going to really quickly, because again, JavaScript and I, we're on a kind of thing. So JavaScript, multiple else statements, or multiple if conditions. How would one do that? So in JavaScript, multiple conditions can be checked within an if statement using logical operations and or. Okay, so it just has to be within the same parenthesis. That's easy enough. That is easy enough. So what I want to do is get rid of that stuff, get rid of that. I come in here and go and then we put in the next statement. All right, easy enough. And then what we can do is grab this guy. Here we go. I missed a few. Blobstick. Norwegians like it too much. We are the reason salmon sushi is still a thing. Fair enough. What about if there is a room here, generate a random number and assign a value to that room and only do this once? Hold up. What if there is a room here that generates a random number and assign a value to that room and is only done once? If 5 plus 5 equals 10 and 3 plus 2 equals 5. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Because I think what you're meaning is what we are kind of doing. Pretty sure. So basically what we're doing is, so in the if statement, we're just saying, hey, is this a room? 1. 2, has a monster or item been spawned in this room? So that's the if statement we're doing right now. And then after this if statement, so basically it is, cool, if there's a room here and there's never been a monster here and there's never been an item here, then we're going to be spawning monsters and items and things like that. So, and it'll just do it once, and then, yeah, and it'll just spawn all those things, and then we'll be good to go. So only 1 item per room? Yes, I think so, as far as like spawning items. So the rooms can have up to 2 items in them, and so we could spawn 2 items, technically. But I think just for scarcity's sake and making it just so you don't get too many items, we're going to do just 1. But there could be a chance. We could just make a very small chance they would actually give you 2 items versus just 1. So we could do that. What if monsters could move? I have thought about that, but doing it specifically with boss monsters, maybe having them move around the tomb and stuff like that. It's something that I've considered. I don't know how I would do it, but we could figure it out. The thing that I would be worried about is if the player was in a room and there was a monster, right? And they ran away from the monster and they got away and they started exploring the tomb a little bit more. If they were to then come back to that room and it was empty, I don't know if it would like confuse people more than it should. But I do like the idea of monsters being able to move around the dungeon and, you know, all that fun stuff. So maybe, yeah, just every time the player moves, the monsters have a chance to move. Could do that. Or if both a monster and item spawn in the same room, another item spawns. Yeah, so it's only going to be spawning either or. So it's either going to be a monster or it's going to be an item. So it's not going to be both at the same time, but the monsters can drop items. So after you kill a monster, there can be an item there. Yeah, the reason why I do it this way is because of like the image layers that I'm using, and I can't have them overlap. So that's the way I'm doing it this way. But I do like the way that you're going and the way you're thinking. So the Game Meow over on YouTube. Hello, welcome. Glad you could be here. Welcome to the stream. We are working on some fun stuff, getting some item and monster generation in our randomly generated tomb dungeon thing. So we're trying to figure out the best way to make it work. And yeah, it's good times. Okay, so I think if we grab from there over to there, yes, there over to there. Cool. So if we copy and paste that. So this one is 98 plus 911 times 4. So if you are, we need to have you, oh crap. So the monsters will be either a positive integer or they will be a negative integer if they have spawned but then been defeated. So basically 0 means that there has been no monster that has spawned. A positive integer, so 1 or above, will mean that there is a monster currently, and then -1 will mean there was a monster but it was killed. Just curious, is this the game you're making shorts on? It absolutely is. This is the game. So if you want, I could show you what we got going on right now. So I think the most recent short that I uploaded was talking about the random dungeon generation and all that fun stuff. So we currently have it completely working, and you can now move around the dungeon and it's all completely randomly spawned. So if we refresh this, and it puts us in a completely different dungeon, and it'll be a whole new layout and all that fun stuff. So yes, yes, to answer your question, yes, this is the game that I am making the shorts on and showing off. So the shorts are actually clips from the live stream here. So if you watch the live stream, you will see the short clips before anybody else, even before I know that they're going to be shorts. So anyway, yeah, so if you enjoy the shorts and want to see the process, then welcome. Glad you could be here. If you are not a fan of live game dev, then that's totally fine, completely understandable. I'm just happy you like the shorts and that you are here because of them. Blobstick says, creating mass and energy. So I am dead. The snake. Yes, 100%. Ooh, that was weird. I accidentally maximized that and it made it really large on the screen for a second there. We're back. We're back to reality though. Okay, so yes, like I was saying, right now we are working on making it so that monsters and items can spawn now in the rooms. So we're currently trying to, well, not trying, but we're just getting to the point where we can say, hey, there's a chance to spawn something. So right now we're checking if there is a room. That is this first condition here. So if there is a room. Cool. Game Gal says, I'm excited for the game to come. I can tell you're putting a lot of time and effort to make it good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I am trying as hard as I can to make it as entertaining as it will be. Hopefully it'll be enjoyable. There is a part of me that does worry that I will finish it and get it out and people will be like, oh, this actually kind of sucks. But hopefully not. Hopefully not. But yes, definitely trying to make it the best I possibly can, and hopefully people are entertained by it and have a good time with it. So yeah, definitely hoping to be able to get it out sooner than later so that people can actually play it and hopefully enjoy it. Okay, so we're gonna say, so the first thing is there a room, yes or no? If there is, then variable 98 plus 911 times 4, so the monster. It's now checking the monster. So we want it to spawn if there's one condition out of 3. We only want it to spawn if there has been no spawned monster. So basically we just need to say if the monster variable is equal to 0. Because if it's greater than 0, that means there is currently a monster, and if it is less than 0, that means there was a monster and it was killed. Cool, there we go, equal to 0. And the last condition, we will add the and then we will jump around and do all sorts of weird things. There we go, and we'll grab over to there, get back over to there. Paste that there. Oh wait, no, this is the second to last condition. So 99 plus 911 times 4. If you are equal to, actually this will be the exact same thing, because the items work the exact same way. So if it's 0, that means there has been no item spawned. A positive integer means there is an item. Negative integer means there was an item, but there is no longer an item. Yes. Jesse Harlan. Oh, dang, you're back at it. Awesome. Yes, absolutely. Welcome back. Glad you are back. I was kind of getting worried that we wouldn't see you again, Jesse. I decided to just start calling the other Jesse again, because I was like, I think we lost Jesse. I think we bored him in the last streams. So, welcome, Black. Welcome. Welcome back. Glad you could be back with us. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Blobtick says, back to reality instantly turns into an 800 by 800 pixel person. Yeah, basically. I'm still gonna get max level dice to prove I don't have a life. Hey, I believe in you. I know you can do it. Absolutely, I do. Some monsters are less than worthless when you die. Yes. Flesh to Dust. Welcome. It's good to see more RPG Maker devs. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm here working in RPG Maker, having a grand old time. If you want to see the current state of what we're working on, we are currently working on filling our randomly generated dungeon. So as you can see here, you've got your little map right here, and you can move around. You've got your first person view right here as you move along. You blah, 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 blah. But the great thing is that as you're moving around, you're exploring the dungeon. Fantastic. Great. We've now created a square. That's great. But if we refresh, new spot, new everything, and yeah, you're moving around this randomly generated dungeon. So we finally got that working last week.
Thanks for the follow, Flesh to Dust.
Thank you so much for the follow, Flesh to Dust. I really appreciate that. Yes. Very custom, very, I would say probably inefficient in the way that I'm doing it. But I'm having a good time doing it, and I love pushing RPG Maker past what it should be used for. I just get a kick out of it. So, anyway, yes, so randomly generated dungeon, fantastic, love it, and then we are currently filling it with monsters and items and all sorts of fun stuff. Blobtic says, there are more than one Jessies? If that's what you're talking about, yes. We've got more than one Jesse on YouTube, and it's great. Love it. Do you have a musician? If you want dungeon music, I will write you some dungeon music. I do not have a musician for the game yet, no, but I would absolutely love to hear what you've got. Do you have stuff on your YouTube channel or anything like that? Because I think what I'm gonna try and go for is more of like 8-bit, like chiptune kind of vibes almost. Oh, you were meeting RPG devs. Sorry about that, Blobtick. I appreciate that. I apologize for that. Yes, there's definitely more than one RPG Maker dev. It's a good time. It's fantastic. I love it. But yeah, I will actually really quick. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna pull up. If we come over here to stream music, we've got X Deverucci. I don't actually know how to spell this guy's name or say this guy's name. But so this is the kind of music that I'm hoping to go for. So let's just pull up like, I guess we could just do a title theme. Yeah, so like that kind of like 8-bit, old chiptune kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. So I mean, yeah, if you've got some, if you like making stuff like that, or you've got something to send me or kind of let me know what you got, absolutely, I would love to take a look at that. All right, let me just come back over here. Tracks, here we go. Let's get all that playing again. There we go. All right. Yes, so I'm not too focused on music right now, just because it's gonna kind of come in the like polishing phase when I'm actually going through and refining animations and things like that. But yeah, absolutely. If you've got some stuff and wanted to send it over and I can take a look, I would absolutely love to take a look at that. Solzman says RPG Maker is alive. They just had a big thing on Steam for it, I believe. Yes, yeah, RPG Maker is definitely still alive and well. I feel like it gets a bad rap because I'd say probably 90% of the projects you see that make it up on Steam are either very clickbaity, or it's just a bunch of adult, like horribly. Okay, I'm not gonna knock them. I will never say they're horrible, even though I was literally just saying they were horrible. They're not horrible. They are, most of them are obviously someone spent some time making a game and then threw in a bunch of half-naked portraits to try and sell their game. And it sells well. I will say that. It does sell fairly well. I have occasionally been like, what if I just did something like that and just tried to make money that way? But, no. Anyway, yes, so RPG Maker, you absolutely can make some fantastic stuff with it. There's just, you know, it's also a very low barrier of entry, and so a lot of people get their first foot in the door of game dev with RPG Maker, and so a lot of the things you see, it's someone learning how to make a game, and so there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know, if it's their first time, if that's their first attempt, whatever it is, and they're making the best that they can make, that's all that matters. And if they can take that and move on to make something bigger and better, even if they move on to a different engine, whatever it is, you know, stepping stones are necessary. And the first stepping stone is always going to look a little rough. But so long as it gets you to where you're going, then that's honestly what matters. Blackjack says, I see ice in one of the names of the chiptunes. Will there be more worlds? So that's not necessarily the soundtrack I'm going to be using. It is one that I've thought about, but that one I have more of just like for inspiration to kind of know like this is where I'm wanting it to go. But as far as will there be other worlds, I do want to have different types of dungeons or tombs, like sections, right? So it's not all just going to be the exact same. You know, it's not going to all look like this, right? Just flat brick and boring. I want to do, oh my gosh, there we go. I want to do more than just these rooms where it's just boring flat brick. I do want to do more. And so, yeah, there very well may be some like ice type caves that eventually pop up. So eventually. And why would that sell well? It sells well because stuff like that sells, you know? It's, I don't know why people will pay money for that kind of stuff, because you can get a lot of that stuff online for free. So I don't get why people, I've seen some where they're like $15 and I'm like, well, why? Why? I don't know. But there are some honestly very great projects out there that you can honestly tell that people have spent a lot of time and effort. But again, regardless of how great the project may or may not look to everybody else, it's something that someone made, it's something that someone put the time and effort into, and if they went through all of that struggle of making their game, putting it out there, uploading it on Steam, like that is a battle that so many people will never face, and the fact that someone will do it and make it all the way through to the end, you know, it doesn't matter if it's something that a lot of people are going to play or not. That's something that's commendable, and I salute them. So, Sussman says, I'm that first foot in the door guy with RPG Maker, and that is 100% fine. Honestly, if you're going to be doing game dev and you make your first game in RPG Maker, and then you move away to something else, that I will say is probably the best thing to do. Not to say anything bad about RPG Maker, but as far as being able to have a wider, a grander, I cannot think of the right word. I'm having a brain fart. Anyway, to have a much broader opportunity to make what you actually want to make, then maybe not sticking with RPG Maker. But if you're like, nope, these are the types of games that I want to make, then there's nothing wrong with sticking with RPG Maker. Fletcher just says it's not about the sales, it's about passion. Absolutely. Yep. And like I was just saying, you know, if the passion is there, it doesn't matter whether anyone else says it's good or not. If it's something that someone put their blood, sweat, and tears, and they put in that effort, and they have that drive behind their project, and they, like I said before, and they go through all of the trouble of creating this entire game and going through all of the loops and the issues and the troubles of getting it up on Steam, creating the artwork, the video to advertise it, the description, everything like that, again, that is something that a lot of people will never experience, because so many people will kind of start on the path and be like, and they'll stop. And it's kind of sad, because I know there are so many amazing ideas out there that people have that they then tell themselves, I could never make it though, I could never do that though. But you tell yourself that because you never try. And even if you did try and then you're like, oh, well, you know, I tried and it didn't work out, whatever. But that idea is there, like, and the world would be so much better if that idea is taken from your head and put out to something that someone can appreciate. Whether that's a game, a book, a video, anything, like any kind of creative medium. If you can take that idea and you use that passion to drive you to actually create that thing and put it out in the world, it does not matter if one person plays it or reads it or listens to it or a billion people see it, play it, or read it. The fact that you put in that time and effort and actually put it out there, that's what matters, because you use that drive to create what you are passionate about. And that's the most important part about anything creative. Sozum says completing a game is a feat. It absolutely is 100% a feat. And if you can do it, again, I salute you, because it is not easy. I can make what I want to make in RPG Maker. I would do it. I have a lot of love for it. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that it is very limited, which is sad, but you know, it is what it is. Why would there be blood in game creation? You don't want to know. It gets dark down here in the basement, and for us goblin dwellers, it's not good. It's not good. So honestly, I'll probably have to put a little bit of a warning on my game and say, warning may contain blood, sweat, and tears, so proceed with caution. Flesh Dust says, I'm creating a CCG like Yu-Gi-Oh in RPG Maker so you can accomplish great things with it. Absolutely, yes. With enough drive, you can honestly create almost anything you would want. Obviously, there are the limitations, but yeah, if you either have enough drive to kind of approach things from a creative angle, or if you know enough JavaScript and can write your own scripts for it, then you've got that as well. Jesse says, how can I send you something? If you want, you can. Well, let's see. I guess it depends. Do you upload anything to your YouTube channel for your music? If not, I think you can just put a link in the chat and I can copy it. So if you've got like a Google Drive or a Dropbox or something like that, if you don't have some of your music public, but if you do have it public, like on a channel or something like that, you can just drop a link to that channel. If it's not on your channel that you're commenting with. Let's see, Blobtig, the most important thing for me is make a game I can enjoy myself. Absolutely. Yes, there is a quote, and I'm going to see if I can try not to butcher it, but it's something like, create the things that you wish existed in the world. And that's kind of what I go with, is I'm like, I'm creating something that I want to play, that I wish was out there in the world. And if other people enjoy it too, fantastic. But, you know, if it's something that I want to play, then that's all that matters. Good, your house doesn't have a basement? Yeah, absolutely. Because if it did, there would probably be blood, sweat, and tears. So stay out of the basement. I like when people use limited tools people haven't used a lot before. And that is a lot of fun. I do feel like some people take it a little bit too extreme. I have seen some people post about some of the things they do, and it's like they're specifically using certain tools to limit themselves. And they'll be like, oh, like, you know, look at this thing. And it's like, that's great. But then at some point you have to ask yourself why. And as long as they have a good why, like, you know, 100%. Like, you know, people will ask me, like, why are you using RPG Maker for this stuff? It would be so much easier in these other engines. And my why is, I don't have a lot of time to learn another engine. This is just a small hobby of mine that I try and find any free time I can get during the day to try and make this happen. And if I was spending the time learning a new engine, it would put me back months, if not years. But if my why was like, oh, because I want to, it's like, okay, fine, but maybe you can't tout what you're doing so much if you're just like, well, it's because this is what I want to do. It's like, no problem with that, but you know. Flesh to Dust says, that is my approach. I also make the game you wish to play. Exactly. Yep. As long as you're making what you want to make, there will be that much more passion and drive behind what you're making, because you're like, well, is this good enough for me to play? No. So I'm going to make it better. And as soon as I feel like it's good enough for me to play, then we're good. All right. So let's finish up with this if statement. So I believe we just need to go one more if statement. One more. Oh my gosh. One more if statement. Okay. And then this one, I just want to make sure. Did I copy the? Okay. This one is variable. If variable 100 plus game variables 911 times 4 is equal to 0. Okay. So I think we have all the if statements. So this should be, is there a room here? Is there no monster / no killed monster? I guess we could just say, is there no monster or monster remains? And is there no item number 1 or item number 2? Item number 1, item number 2. Cool. There we go. Oh man, we gotta switch back to the Harlan and Fish. We got both Jessies back in the chat. So Harlan says, I agree with this passionate speech. Yeah, I feel like sometimes I get a little bit too off in the weeds with my passionate speech, so I'm glad you agree. The Fish, welcome. Glad you could be here. Welcome. Hopefully you've been having a great day / week / weekend. Harlan says, I'm also scoring some games like Voltage High Society that's on Steam. Really? I will have to look that one up because I have not heard of it, but that's awesome. That is awesome that you're scoring other games too. Fantastic. Yeah. Let's see. I'm getting worried that I'm going to be missing chats. I absolutely love the chats, but I'm like, I don't want to miss any, but I also want to get work done. I'm, for example, using visual code, block coding, and my excuse is the same as yours and also my skill issue. And that's totally fine. If you're like, I don't have enough time to learn another engine, then yeah, don't go out and learn another engine. If you can make what you want to make on the engine you're using, then there's no need to switch, right? Yeah, so if you're having a good time and if you can make what you want, then keep doing it. The Fish says it's been good, lots of cleaning this weekend, finally doing a little game dev. Nice. Yeah, that is always a good day when you can actually sit down and start doing game dev. So good. I'm glad that you're able to start doing some game dev now. Especially after doing some cleaning. It's, well, hopefully it's relaxing. I was gonna say, it's always fun and relaxing when you can do some game dev, but hopefully it's actually relaxing after doing some cleaning like that. All right, so now we have our if statement set up. We need to now, what do we need to do in it? So this is saying there is a room, there are no monsters, there are no items. Okay, so at this point, we now need to say, what do we need to say? So now at this point, we need to pick a random number. Between 1 and 3. I think that's what we need to do. Let's get the else set up first, actually. So I know what we need to do there. Else. Game variables. Wow, I cannot type tonight. Variables dot set value of variable 911. So game variables set value to 911. I think if I do then. Oh, how do you do this in JavaScript? So it's game variables dot set value 911. Set it to game variables dot value 911 plus 1. Yes. So I'm setting 911 to 911 plus 1. Okay. That's basically just adding 1 to the room that it's selected. I think. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's doing. Okay. Let's see. Blobtake. It's not a different engine technically seen, but yeah, my teacher is trying to gaslight me into thinking I'm not going to use visual coding for the rest of my life, but that's like saying I'm not going to be making games for the rest of my life, which is stupid. anyone who says that you're not going to be using visual coding for the rest of your life, I mean, yes and no. Visual coding is everywhere. There are so many engines that use that kind of coding now, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If you can make it do what you want, that is totally fine. And I mean, you've kind of got some visual coding even with like Unreal Engine and things like that. Because, you know, they've got like the node-based things where you're like setting up these wireframe-esque type things where you're linking different nodes together. I would almost say that's visual coding to a degree. So, whatever helps you accomplish your dreams, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Like I was saying, if you can make the game that you're wanting to make and the engine you are using, there is no reason to learn another engine. There's just not, you know, if you're making what you want and you can actually do that, then keep going. And that's all that matters, honestly. Sosman says, Unreal, I don't think I've ever seen any code, only seen blueprints. Yeah, and it is nice that with Unreal, you can basically look under the hood and do anything and everything you would want to do. But the fact that they also have a layer that makes it more simple is fantastic. Blobtick, I do use text code for lighting systems, though. Yeah, there are some systems that if it's not built into the engine, you kind of will have to dig a little deeper, and that's totally understandable. The fish says there are always dev snobs out there who think things have to be pure in this form or that form. It's sad because really what matters is making things. Absolutely. Yep. I would say there is no right or wrong way to make a game. As long as you're making the game and you're making it the way you want to make it. Yeah, that's all that matters at the end of the day. So it doesn't matter how you made it, just so long as you made it and put it out into the world for other people to enjoy, then go for it. Because honestly, at the end of the day, when someone else is playing your game, they're not going to care how you made it. They're just going to care that you made it and that they can play it. So, Pharaoh Inkling, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Happy to see your twerking chickens. And it actually pops up on the screen. So, good. I feel like sometimes those don't work. So I'm glad it actually did this time. Also, I apologize. My nose is like super itchy for some reason today. Okay, so we have the if statement, we have the else statement. Now, what do we actually need it to do? I think what would be easiest, we don't want to have everything in this script call because it just wouldn't work very well. So I think we're just going to set a random variable here. I think that's what we're going to do. Harlan says blueprints. Yes. Oh, for Unreal. Is that what they're called in Unreal? Is like blueprints? I think that's what they're called. The Unreal blueprints. So we're gonna say if all of that criteria is met, we're gonna say game variables dot set value. So here's where we're going to set a random number. We're gonna use random variable 912. Blueprints is the visual scripting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've spent maybe 2 days in Unreal Engine, and I spent those 2 days just going over through like a very brief tutorial on how to create a couple objects, make player that moved, and you could pick up the objects and put them down. And I was like, that's crazy. And then I never touched it again. So, you know. Okay. So we want to set 912 to equal, whoa, where did I go? 912 to equal, I cannot ever remember how to do this. Let's see here. We want to say JavaScript random number. For some reason, I can never remember how to do this. Math floor random between 1 and 10. Yes, that is the one. That is the one. Math floor dot math random times. So that is a random number between 1 and 10. We want a random number between 1 and 3. It's going to be monster, item 1, item 2. But not necessarily. Crap. So here's how we were doing it before. Basically, we said, hey, set a random number between -3 and +3. Anything negative was going to be an item. Anything positive was going to be a monster. That way, there were still empty rooms, because 0 is going to be an empty room. But how do you do a random number? I'm going to have to Google this again. JS, random number between -3 and +3. All right. Negative and positive. I'm assuming, could I just say, what if I just said a random number between 7 minus 3. So that would be a random number between 0 and 6. And then if I minus 3, so it'd be 0, -1, -2, -3. Then 7, 6, 5, 4. Is that right? We're gonna try it. I don't know if that's actually gonna work. I very well may just be doing something really stupid. Well, let's try. Heartland says, yes, the node-based programming. Yep, yeah. The node-based in visual, the node-based, the visual scripting, the blueprints in Unreal Engine. Yep. Okay. Let's do... Yeah, so after that, then let's just say break loop. I just want to see if this is actually working. So we're going to flash the screen here, just so I know that it got to the end. Then over here, we're going to say parallel process, common event, spawn. Then we're going to have you wait for 500 frames, sure. So what this should do is it should flash the screen basically as soon as we start. And then 912 should be a random number between -3 and +3. Let's see what happens. Okay. I figured there would be something missing from here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2. What am I doing with my life? Let's just do it this way. 1, 2, wait. 1. I'm counting how many parentheses we have so we can figure out where the missing parenthesis is. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So I think I found the problem. Maybe? Flesh to Dust, I thought you were practicing your counting. I do need to practice it every now and then. I get a little stumbly on my words. I need to practice speaking as well. Come along for me as we practice counting up to 5 tonight. We're gonna figure this out. Okay, so hold up. So 1. So each one of these sections before the and, there should be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. And 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay. Else 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We got 4 and 5. Crap. All All right, class dismissed. I'm messing up. I'm a terrible teacher. Where am I missing this? Harlan says, function get random number min max, min equals math ceiling max, max floor max return +1 plus min. Ooh. Okay. I guess what I could check and see first, because yeah, I may need to do something like that instead. So I think what we're gonna do instead is right here. Let's do this instead. Instead of trying to call this whole script, let's just try this and see what happens. So this should be setting variable 12. This one is missing one. Okay. Okay, so open, 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 close, close, close. Is it because I've got that there? Probably. Balls. All right, I found it. Okay, so let's go to 912. 912 should be a random number. Okay, equal to 3. And there's also a get random number 1, 3, or whatever they need to be between. Then you use that wherever. Okay. I may grab that, because if this doesn't work, 912. So I'm just testing it right now just to see what numbers we're getting. I guess I should probably, here's what we're gonna do instead. I don't know why I'm doing this way. Let's hide everything. Let's create a new thing here. We're just gonna say game variables dot value of 912, and we're gonna say close that off. There we go. Oh, it's a -3. 2, -1, 1, 1, 0, -1, -2, -2, -3, -1, -2, 1, -2, 1. So as long as this doesn't ever go to above 3 or below -3. I apologize for all the flashing. It's that's a weird thing to say out loud. I apologize for all the screen flashing, but I think we're actually getting between -3 and +3. Well, there we go. Harlan, I appreciate the code that you posted. Absolutely fantastic. I think, though, this is working. So I think I might stick with this one. But I do greatly appreciate it. 100%, absolutely. Yeah, it seems like I'm getting between -3 and +3. So I think we're good there. But that also means that we found the issue, and that issue was, we come over here. So yeah, no wonder I was losing my mind. It's because I freaking put that guy over there when he should have been there. You know, what was I thinking? How dare I? Slap on the wrist. Yeah. All right. So let's do. So actually, so that means, so it flashes. Okay, great. So we should be able to go to 912. And it should be a random number, which it's not. But that's fine, because my guess is that room number 1 is not available. Crap, room number 1 is available. Okay, so my if statement is incorrect. Okay. So what do we got here? Let's take a look. Let's get rid of everything and just add it all back one at a time. How about that? Let's come over here. Go to the and. We'll just grab all of this. Cut it. All right. So this very first one should literally just be it should literally just be saying, is there a room there or isn't there a room? Just says, or Harlan says, I don't know if you can register function in Game Maker. I'm a TypeScript programmer for my day job, but know nothing about Game Maker. I'm using phaser.js. I don't know what you mean by register a function. I will have you know, I am extremely coder illiterate. I know it may seem like I know what I'm doing, but I don't really. So, yeah. You kind of can with a common event. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I don't know what you mean. But it seems like whatever I did is working as far as generating a random number. So, Bloptic says, I'm also pretty sure that's not Game Maker. That is true. That is true. It's RPG Maker. Yeah, not Game Maker. But close enough. Close enough. Aaron TTV, welcome. Glad you could be here. Welcome, welcome. Sit right on down. Pull up a chair. Grab a drink. I feel like telling you to sit on down was very aggressive, and I apologize. But come on in. We're having some great discussions in here and doing all sorts of fun stuff. It's a good time. It's a fantastic time. PMSL. What does that mean? I feel like I need to Google that. What does PMSL mean? Hey, look at that. The first thing that pops up. What does PMSL mean? Let's see if I can get to this before. For pissing myself laughing. Oh. Well, there we go. That is a new one. I have never heard that before. I don't know how I've never heard that before. But okay. That's like it's like a laugh out loud, raffle kind of thing. Is this my first game? Yes and no. Yes and no. So I have been using RPG Maker for longer than I would like to admit. Been using it now for about 20-ish years. Everywhere from RPG Maker 2K, 2K3, XP, VX, VX Ace, and MV. And I have made so many projects over the years and never released any of them. So this is going to be the first game that I actually finish and release, though. So yes, this will be my first game, but not like the first game I've ever made. I have finished other games, I just never released them. So Aaron TTV says, God, I'm old if young people don't know that. I mean, I feel like I'm not young. I just didn't know what it was. Well, I apologize if I made you feel old. I did not mean to, but that was probably just me. I am not very familiar with many acronyms. Basically, my acronym knowledge begins and ends with LOL, and yeah, that's about it. Also didn't get it, and I'm 14. Oh, well, I don't know, maybe. Flesh Dust says, very impressive first project. I see Harold nowhere. What? Now I feel like everyone's making me feel like I'm missing so many things. Who's Harold? Why don't you see Harold anywhere? Okay. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, and now I'm missing all of Harlan's comments. Is that like a place for a global namespace? Yes, so the common events they can be accessed anywhere in the game. They can be called from any scene and anything like that. Let's see. Okay, cool. I don't know how you reuse stuff basically in RPG Maker. Oh, no, that's totally fine. Yeah, so anything can be reused at any point in time, just has to be called on, right? So all of these events, all the code inside of these will be reused anytime you are on this map, this scene specifically, and if any of these conditions are met. So specifically, if the switch number 5, called loaded graphics, is on, and if the touch input is pressed. So basically, if I click And then if I'm in these areas, stuff like that, it will then trigger this code. So yeah, so anything can be used on the map, but as far as like a global reference, yes, they're what's known as the common events, and they can be called from any scene, anywhere, and any point in time. Let's see, RPG Maker is a lot like Legos. You have to use their pieces, not a ton of reuse options, sadly. I mean, well, yes and no. Yeah, if you create in terms of if you create an event on one map and then you go to another map, yes, absolutely. You cannot reuse what was on that map at all on the other map. So, which is why I'm using the common event here for spawning the monsters and the items and the traps so that I can reuse it whenever and wherever. Let's see, what did I miss? Who's Harold? Oh, wow. Well, you can't just say, oh, wow. Who's Harold? I don't get it. All right, let's see if I can get this one figured out. I better not say rolling on the floor, pissing myself, laughing. Ha! I got you. Laugh out loud. See? There we go. I can get things. I can kind of understand things sometimes. Sometimes. You have to understand. All right? Okay, I don't feel like I'm necessarily young. Like, I'm in my mid-30s. I feel like I should get references. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird. Oh yeah, Harold, good guy. Blobtick, don't you dare start this. Don't you dare start acting like you know what he's talking about. Aaron says, I'm 40 this year. That's not that old. You're only like 6 years older than me. That's not that crazy. That is not that crazy. Wait, 5 years. How old am I? I don't know how old I'm going to be this year. I lost track. 34. I'll be 34 this year. Or am I 34? I can't remember now. Anyway, okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. Okay, here we go. Yes, so if there's a room, that's right. So we're gonna say if there's a room. How are we going to, when it flashes? Yeah. It is when you hear words like Riz and Ara and wonder what the heck is that. Okay, yeah, I hear those and I wonder what that is. I keep an age calculator to remind myself how old I am. That is a good way to do it as well. I should probably do that. I mean, let's do some basic math. I was born in 91. It's 2025. So yeah, I'm gonna be 34 this year. Yeah, there we go. He's a good friend of Jacob and Mila. Who's Harold? I need to know. This is gonna kill me. Friggin', who said that? Who said Harold first? Was it Flesh to Dust? Harold is a good guy. You should know him. Don't start with this. What is happening? All right, what do you mean by Harold? Who's Harold? What do you mean? What do you mean you see Harold nowhere? I'm gonna... All right, we're not moving anywhere until I find out who Harold is. Oh, you look forward to waking up and go, ow, my back in a few years. I feel that way already, so. Google RPG Maker MV Harold. All right. I feel like I'm gonna... I don't know, is this gonna be bad? RPG Maker MV Harold. Full game, Steam Workshop Harold. All right, we're ending the stream here. We're ending it here. How did I not know who Harold was? In my defense, I rarely, if ever, use the standard assets of RPG Maker. So that is my defense. We're going full Herald. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I am an RPG Maker dev and I didn't know who Herald was. That's fine. That's okay. I know it can't be defended. I have not made a fresh RPG Maker project in so long, and I always just delete all of the default assets basically right out the gate. So, all right, fair enough. I should have known who Herald was. I apologize. Yep. Yeah. All right. That was on me. You've all had your fun. You've all had your laughs. Let's get back to work and see if we can figure out what's going on. Okay. All right. Woo. Anyway. Man. I'm an old RPG Maker guy. Alex is the face of RPG Maker for me. And Don Miguel. Yes. Don Miguel is the Messiah. Absolutely. See, if you had said Don or Alex, then I would have known. So, you know, some good old RPG Maker 2000 stuff going on here. Oh man, okay. Well, while I was being thoroughly embarrassed, All right. Hide the pain, Herald. Yeah, Herald. Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, because I know, okay? I know. I just forgot. But I know. Okay? All right, let's do this. I'm gonna pull this up really quick just so everyone knows and can see. Where would I have that installed? Steam, program files, Steam. Come on, Steam apps. Common, RPG Maker. What the? Where do I have this thing installed? Not here? Nope. Right here. Steam library, apps, common, RPG Maker, MV. Nope. Yes, MV. I'm in MV. What the freak is going on with my life? And then what is it? New data, images. All right. So on RPG Maker, it comes with a whole bunch of pre-installed assets, right? And so the default actors, this guy right here is Herald, and he is the default person. And so, yes, a lot of times when you see RPG Maker projects on Steam, you will see the project just chock full of all these default assets, which there is nothing wrong with that. If someone makes a project and they use all these default assets, absolutely nothing wrong with that. There are some great assets in here, honestly. Some absolutely fantastic stuff. That's not Herald. That's right. For some reason, there is no Herald in the asset packs. I don't know why, but it literally starts at actor 1_3. There is no 1-1 or 1-2. I don't understand. But anyway, so for anyone who didn't know, Herald is the default hero of RPG Maker MV. But again, in my defense, even though it is indefensible, I always delete all of the defaults basically right out the gate. So don't even with me. Whew. I use them for my proof of concept stuff. Yeah, that is also a really great way to do it, is just use them to build from the beginning, and then yeah. I don't want to fight. I don't want you to fight Herald. I don't want to fight Herald either. Scary. Let's see. Since let's Twitter, but Don Miguel was on there as of last year. Really? He was on Twitter? I had a few back and forths. It was a bit surreal, but may still be there. I may have to look him up because, yeah, that is crazy. And so really quick backstory for anyone who doesn't know, Don Miguel, he was, I believe, the English translator for RPG Maker 2000, because I think it was exclusive to Japan or something. And I believe, if I remember right, he single-handedly translated the entire program to English and then created an example program to help people learn how to use the engine. So really great stuff. Really great stuff. Yeah. So Herald is a default asset. Exactly. Yes, he is the default that comes with the engine. So I mean, like, I get, well, yeah, he's the default. He's the default. There's a few defaults, but he's like the number one, and it can sometimes be a sign that someone usually didn't put a lot of time and effort into it if the default hero is Harold. So, anyway, all right, I am going to focus on what we're doing. Oof, you are all just pulling my leg tonight and pulling me every which way. We're gonna get this done. Okay, here we go. So, if room number 1 is greater than 0, which means it is a room, then set 912 to a random number. Let's see what happens. Here we go. It's still at 0, but it's possible because room number 1 is not a room. So let's come down here and see if we can find room number 1. Okay, so room number 1 is not a room. Room number 2 is not a room. So when that flashes again, it should be room number 3, which is a room. Let's see what it does. This should go up to a random number. It's not. Okay, what am I doing wrong? So if game variables.value 97 plus 911 times 4 is greater than 0. Someone said, sorry, it's been a good chat though. It absolutely has been a good chat. Yes, absolutely. No worries. I absolutely love chatting, which is why it's kind of an issue because I keep getting distracted because I love chatting so much. And then Harlan says, oh, okay, definitely not the stock image guy. Yes, yeah, he's just kind of like the default, not necessarily stock image, but all right, just, check. Oh wait, Aaron TV says I saw a new horror game doing a new thing that's utterly scary. I don't like it. What is this new horror game doing a new thing that is utterly scary? I like myself a good horror game, so I want to hear about it. Okay, so why is this not? Oh wait, I think I know what it is. Zero, but let's see if room number 1. Come on, let me down to room number 1. Oh, can I not? Okay, there is no. Well, maybe there is no. Okay, so maybe this is a horrible way to test this. Okay, yeah, horrible way to test it. Let's see if there's a room number 1. There is a room number 1. Crap. All right, let's come over here. RTG spawn. I know that I'm doing this in here. Let's grab you to there. Copy, cancel. Wait, come over here. Fletcher says, I like the transition between maps so they do not flash instantly. Yeah, it's a simple little thing, but I felt like it was a nice thing to add, right? Just enough to be like, hey, you are moving this way, right? So it's good. I like it. Okay, so we need to just cut that. So then over here, so we need to delete you to you, paste that in there. If 97 times or plus. Okay, no, I had that right. 911 times 4 is greater than 0. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3. I believe a fourth one goes there. Yes. Aaron TV said, or Aaron TTV, sorry about that. So it's in PS1 graphic style, first person, and it does the jump scares and everything. The difference is the monster records your voices and uses it, and it has a 360-degree sound, so I don't want to hear my scream right behind me. That scream being my own voice. That, holy crap. Okay, that is pretty terrifying. That is really scary. Really smart. Or really scary. That is terrifying. Harlan says, I have to go. Your game is looking great and your hard work is paying off. Best of luck. Thank you so much, Harlan. Harlan. I almost called you Harley. Thank you so much, Harlan. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, for chatting. It's always a good time. I appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you on the next stream. If not, take care and we'll see you eventually. Yeah. Goodbye. Okay, so we're doing something wrong because it should be setting that correctly, because we tested that. I know this one's working. You'd make good games in RPG Maker. Oh my goodness, RPG in a box. If you had it, since you know RPG Maker so well. I do actually have RPG Maker in a box. RPG in a box. I keep calling it RPG Maker in a box. Yes, I have RPG in a box actually. So if we come over here, I swear I have it in a box. There we go. RPG in a box. Yes. Yeah, last launched 2022. 14 hours though. I spent 14 hours in it. But yes, RPG in a box. I love what the dev is doing with it. So I used it for a little bit because I saw all sorts of stuff about it and I was like, this looks absolutely fantastic. I was like, maybe this will be exactly what I want and need. Absolutely love it. I love what he's doing with it. Love that like he and his wife kind of tag team, like he does all like the programming stuff and his wife is making assets. Absolutely love it. I tried for like 14 hours and I'm like, I just cannot wrap my head around this well enough. And so I kind of just gave up. You currently have 2,600 hours. Holy crap. That is a long time to be in there. That's insane. Do I even have that? Hold up. Okay, yeah, I've got 2,500 hours here. But that's crazy because I've had this RPG Maker since like 2015 or 2014, whenever it came out. So that's impressive that you have that many hours in just a few years. Jeez. I'm impressed. That is a lot of hours to have in there. Am I doing this else wrong? Because this should be if 1 is greater than 0. Maybe. Kind of helps when I currently don't have a job. I feel that 100%. I also did not have a job not that long, just like a week ago. And so I get that. Absolutely get that. And I hope you find a job soon. That can be really stressful to be without a job. So I really hope you find a job soon. Okay, so room 1 layout is 9, so that should be more than 0, which it is not. So something is still going on here. I don't know why this keeps being 9. That's weird. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Just to keep things simple, because I don't know why this is not working. We're gonna do conditional branch script u. I'm gonna grab this right here. I'm gonna put it in here. This is just gonna say if game variables dot value 97 plus 911 times 0 times 4 is greater than 0. Then we're gonna tell it to flash the screen. All right. Whoops. That's my bad. There we go. Okay, what are you? Okay, you're a 0. You're a 0. You're a 3. You should have flashed. Oh, what am I doing wrong? What is happening? Oh my good heavens. I think I know what the problem is. So it's trying to run this common event at the exact same time that the random tomb generation script is running. Here's the problem. This runs way faster than this. So I believe it is not assigning a value of that room until after. Okay. So if I come in here and I say, hey, at the end of this one, call common event RTG spawn, I should then be able to come over here and say, hey, get rid of that. I need to keep you. And I believe we should then be able to say, is room number 1? All right, never mind. I messed up. I don't know what's happening. All right, I thought I was onto it. Blobchick says, so funny thing, if we are talking about time spent doing something, I have spent 88 hours in the past 2 weeks in one game. That is so many hours. Holy crap. What game? What game have you spent 88 hours in the past 2 weeks? So in here, let's just grab that. Let's do that. 97 plus 911 times 4 is greater than 0. Zero. 9. What is happening? Okay, what if we just... Is it not calling this at all? What is happening? Okay. Jeez. Sheesh. All right. Now. Holy freaking crap. That was ridiculous. Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower. What is Pizza Tower? I've never even heard of Pizza Tower. What is Pizza Tower? Let's get that pulled up over here. Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower on Steam. It's pizza time. This looks very reminiscent of like those games from like the 90s. What is happening here? Oh my. I feel like all right. I need to, here we go. Look at that. Does that not look very reminiscent of like old 90s games you'd get on like CDs and things like that? Huh. Oh, hey, look at that. Inspired by cartoons from the 90s and highly energetic soundtrack. I swear I did not see that when I mentioned that. But yes. I like it. All right, I can see why you would have spent that much time in this game. This actually looks like a lot of fun. I like it. Aaron TV says, I spent 16 hours making a Windows font and did this for my game. Ooh, let's see what's low. Ooh, all right. Bring that over here. That is beautiful. I really like that. Those are really cool looking. So do all of these correspond to a letter in the like English alphabet, or is this like, did you like go out of your way to like create whole new combinations of different character combinations and things like that? And it's going to be fully translatable in game. Oh, okay. That's crazy. I like it. It's all 26 letters, so you can translate it. That is really cool. I like that. I like how unique all of them look too. Like unique in their own way, but then like you can also just tell like they all look like they're from the same, like they're all characters from the same, you know, alphabet and things like that. So very nice. I like that. I would say time well spent on doing that. Get out of here, ads. Nobody likes you. Okay, so now that we have gotten past all of my idiocies, I'm going to, we're just going to keep this simple, right? And we're going to say, yes, yeah, we can keep this simple. So then we will also just add another if statement. So that if 98 plus 911 times 4 is equal to 0, so that's the monster. And then this is the item. So if 99 is equal to 0. And lastly, if 100 is equal to 0. So this is saying, is there a room? Are there no monsters, no item 1, and no item 2? Then you can do this thing. Yeah. But okay, yes. So we need to do that, but then we also need to say, let's actually have this all in the same thing. And the reason for this, so at the end, we're going to say, and that, and this, and lastly, and this. Okay, so long as all of those are true, then we can put the else handler. So we're good there. And then we're gonna say this guy. Yeah, we'll just keep that. Might as well. No, if we're switching things up. Yeah, let's switch things up. All right, so here we go. Control variables, set 912. 912. Right there. Set you to a random number between -3 and +3. Cool. That is only if that is true. Then it's basically telling it to either spawn a monster, spawn an item, or spawn nothing. Yes. Else, break the loop. All right. So it loops through here. Oh, so it does that. Yes. Yeah. So it does that. All right. Actually, we don't need to break the loop. Set this to 0. And then in here in the loop, add 1 to it. So it's equal to 1. And then everything in the loop will go by much faster. I mean, it should still be fast enough, but yeah. Okay. So we're checking to see, is there a room? Is there a monster? Is there an item? And is there an item? If there is, then do this other thing. If there's not, so if there is a room, but there's not a monster or an item, spawn a monster or an item. Cool. I think that should be all that we need to do, because we're just giving it an ID. Actually, no, we can't use this. We can. Actually, yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's do this. So once it does that, so it assigns, yes. Well, how are we gonna do this? Randomly generating monsters, items in the rooms. We need to actually have them assigned to the IDs of that room. So we don't want to change variable 912. We want to change the actual variable that they are in. I should have just, okay. Copy all that, cancel. There we go. right, so we're gonna cut that, delete that there. And let's just grab this code, delete this over here. We're gonna paste that in the here. Okay, so we're going to set not 912. We're going to set 97 plus okay. So we're going to set value of this, which is going to say this is room number 1. But this is room number 1, so we want to set 98 would be a monster. Okay. I'm trying to think of the most efficient way to spawn these monsters and these items. I think we're going to have like a second pass of this. So this is going to be just the general, is there or isn't there a monster or item? So almost kind of like this is going to work like a 0 or a 1. So any negative integer is going to be a 1 on the item, so there is something, and a 0 on the monsters. 0 will be 0 on both. A positive integer will be a 0 on the items and a 1 on the monsters. So, yes, let's do that. How are we going to do that? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So, once we have said, yes, there is a room, there is no monster, there is no items, then it sets this room to a random number between crap. No, we still okay. My brain is all over the place right now. So what we want to do is we do want to say control variable. Okay, so I kind of had it right the first time. So set 912 to a random number between -3 and +3. And then we're going to say conditional branch if the variable 2 is less than, well, let's say if it's greater than 0. So if you're greater than 0, then that means comment spawn a monster. What did I? Okay, we can leave that there. Spawn a monster. And then else, if you are equal to, you're equal to 0, then we're going to say spawn nothing, not nother, nothing. And then else, if you are less than 0, then you are spawn item. So here's the thing. The reason why we're going with not just basic -1, 0, +1. Because we want there to be more monsters and more items than there are empty rooms. So the reason why we are doing this is because if we were to turn this number up 1 or 2, that means that there is a 1 in 5 chance that there is a item that would be spawned. And if we turn it down, there's now a 2 in 6 chance, a 3 in 7 chance. And so the lower this number goes, the higher chance there is that there will be an item that spawns. Same thing with the monsters. The higher this number is, the higher the chance there will be that a monster will spawn. So that's why we're doing it this way, is so that we can kind of control the balance of like how many monsters to how many items are being spawned per room. So this one spawns a monster, this one spawns nothing, this one spawns an item. Great. Okay, so if you spawn a monster, I think what we're gonna do, the thing is, like, as you progress in the tomb, as you go further in the game, we want it to be spawning different monsters, better items, and things like that. So eventually we'll probably have Excuse me. Eventually, we'll probably have a variable that is increasing every time you clear a floor. And so we'll know to increase different spawned items and things like that based on that variable. But for now, for testing purposes, we're just going to say in here. So if you're greater than 0, you are spawning a monster. So we're going to say game variables set value 98 plus 911 times 4 to a random number between 4 plus 1. So this will be a random number between 1 and 4, because right now we have monster 1, 2, 3, and 4. There will eventually be many more than that, but that is what we currently have right now. So you will randomly choose a monster between 1 and 4. And then we're going to say game variables dot set value of this guy excuse me, had to sneeze there for a second. Set you to -1. So this is going to be setting 99. This is setting room 1, item 1 to -1, because the negative numbers mean that there is no item there. It's a weird way of doing it, but that's the way I'm doing it, so that's how I'm going to keep doing it. Then we can do the same thing. Whoop, we can do the same thing here. Say set variable 100 to -1. Okay, there we go. This is spawning a random, this is setting a random monster to that variable and then making it so there is no item. Cool. Okay, and then if you're nothing, if you're spawning an empty room, then we will get rid of that. Going to copy that, paste that, and we're going to set variable number 98 to be -1, so there's no monster, no item 1, no item 2. And then we're going to copy this, and we're going to say, hey, you copy down here 99. So this is setting item 1 to a random number between, sure, 1 and 4. Oof. Okay. And then item 2, -1. Yes. Okay. There we go. So 98. So don't spawn a monster, don't spawn item 2, but spawn a item 1. Now, how are we going to spawn item 1? So basically what we need to do we need to assign some variables to more than just okay, so it can be 1 through 4 because we have 4 dice types, right? We've got our pyro, our geo, our necro, and our hydro. So that's 4 types of dice that we have. And then what we need to do is at that point, so once we spawn the items, we then need to say conditional branch if crap, no. So setting this to a specific variable ID. I mean, I guess what we could do is instead of doing it here, we could just say, hey, set 912. No, because we're relying on 912 to give us that. Okay, so yeah, let's stick with that then. Then all we need to do is we need to say right here, say conditional branch, if game variables dot value 99 plus u times u is equal to 1. And we're going to say spawn pyro dice. So then this will then say get rid of that, get rid of that. We're going to set this variable to a random number between, we'll just say 1 and 2 for now. So it's going to spawn a pyro dice that has a value of 1 or 2. I think that'll be good. Yeah, that should be all right. And so then what we can say is if you are not equal to 1, check this, you are equal to 2, so you are a geodice. Spawn geodice. I'm gonna say random number between. Now the way that I'm doing this is a little weird because I didn't take into account. So the dice have 2 variables assigned to them. It has the value and it has the element. So value is 1 through 20 because they're d20s, and the element is 1 through 4 because there are 4 elements. But I didn't take that into account when I was setting all this up. I could change it now, but I feel like the way that I did it turned out to be fine. So the way that it's working is you would set a random number between 1 and 20 is pyro, 21 through 40 is geo, 41 through 60 is necro, and so on and so forth. So that'll just set a random between 20, 21 and 40. Set in here if you are equal to 3, so you are a necro dice. Spawn necro. Blobtig says, my morning alarm just rang. Man, so you were up earlier than your alarm to come watch the stream? Or have you been up all night doing other stuff? Because if that's the case, that's not good. You need your sleep. Sleep is very important. So then you are plus 40. And then finally here, you are dice 4, and you are spawn hydro dice. You are plus 60. Okay, there we go. So, if this is correct, this should up all night to game dev and watch stream. Well, good luck with that. I cannot remember the last time that I stayed up all night and was able to make it past like 10 a.m. the next day without just crashing out. So, that's risky. That's risky. But I hope it pans out for you, because that is rough. Sleep is very important to me, I will say. Okay, so this guy won't need an else handler, so we can get rid of that one. What is this else handler? You're lining up with this guy? No. This guy. Yes, so you do not need an else handler. Okay, turn that guy off. Aaron TV says, I'm doing that now. It's like 5 a.m. Holy crap. Y'all need some sleep. Get some sleep. I don't move a lot and it's vacation, so no school. Well, that helps, but you're still going to be exhausted. But I do get it. Sometimes night is like the only and or best time to do stuff like this. So it makes sense. And I am very appreciative that you are here, so don't get me wrong. Just, sleep is very important as well. All right, so if all of this is correct, then what I should be able to say is once random number 1 is equal to 61, at the very end, conditional branch, if random number 1 is equal to, we'll just say if you are greater than 60, then break the loop, call it good. Okay, so if everything is correct, all of this should spawn monsters and items throughout the dungeon. Is it gonna work? I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out together. We're gonna hit play and see what happens. Oh boy. Let's also do this just to make sure it's actually getting through the whole thing, because I just want to make sure, because I'm weird like this. Flash the screen. If it flashes, we know it's done. Missing. Okay, first of all, you should not be 9100. What is happening there? What is happening here? 9100, no. All right, there we go. Now the real question, where is this error happening? It's always so much fun fighting these errors. Okay, I guess let's start from the bottom and start working up. I mean, all these random variables should be the same from the previous one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so all those should be fine. What about the if statements? Let's see. Flesh dust. Oh my goodness. Errors should not happen. RPG Maker should know better and fix them for you. I know, right? There should be absolutely 0 errors in here. I also love that RPG Maker just does not tell you at all where the error is. They're just like, there's a missing this in the argument. It's just like, okay, where? Like, it would be great to know where the issue is. Oh well, we'll find out. We will figure it out. Okay, so I know this one's working. It could be in here. The problem is also it's all random, so I wouldn't be able to even just like go through sequentially and figure this out, which is normally what I would do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. I lost my wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, you're fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well. Well, I believe I have found it. Forgot to add this to that. That is my bad. Flesh Dust says it's quite bad. Debugging is quite bad in RPG Maker compared to engines like Unity. Yeah, 100% agree. It is an absolute nightmare to debug, especially when you're doing just RPG Maker, especially if you're doing like straight JavaScripting like this, where, you know, if you mess one thing up, then suddenly it's like, I don't know what to do. So, yeah. Okay, so flashed. We should. Not every single room that is a room should have something in it, but most of them should. So if you come down here, okay, so this one, there is no monster, no item, but there is a room, okay. No monster, no item, okay. Ooh, that's the other thing we need to do. Okay, that should be, there should be no zeros. They should be negative integers. They should be -1. Why are they not -1? Because you should be setting a random number, and then you should be setting this variable to equal -1. So let's see what we got here. We've got 99 plus I think here's the problem is I need to get rid of this double parenthesis going on here. So I think it's not an issue of that I forgot to add a parenthesis, it's that I forgot to take away. Okay, so we got, oh, actually no, because these should be outside of parentheses. So I believe we actually need to be inside two parentheses here. So it's you plus, so you're your own thing, you are your own thing, and then you are your other. Okay, yes. Whew. All right, that was my bad. That was my own bad. My apologies. So there should be a double parenthesis here, no parenthesis at the end, single parenthesis in the beginning. Yes. Chemistry Nick, welcome. Glad you could be here. It is going fantastic. We are just working on spawning items and monsters in the dungeon. It's been an interesting evening, I will say, or morning or afternoon, wherever you may be. And yeah, but we've had some great conversations. It's been a great time. We've laughed. We've had a good time. It's been great. How are you doing, by the way? Okay. 00064. Okay, so it spawned a monster, but it's still not setting these to a negative integer. Why is that the case? Layout is 6 0 0 0 6 0 0 0 8 0 0 0 5 4 0 0 0 0 0 0 5 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. This seems like there's way too many non-monsters and non-items. I mean, like, it's obviously spawning things, because, like, there's a monster here, right? And a monster here. But it hasn't spawned any items. Yeah, it's concerning. Yeah, it's only spawning monsters, and it is very rarely spawning monsters. All right. Why is that the case? So 912, set it to a random number between -3 and 3. If random number 2 is greater than 0, then spawn a monster. Maybe we don't need these else handlers. Maybe I'm just being weird with those ones. Cut those, delete that. There we go. Okay, so spawn a monster if you are greater than 0. Spawn nothing if you are equal to 0. Spawn nothing. Okay, well that's... There we go. And then if you are... Oh, well, there's that. That's why it wasn't spawning any of those. If you are less than 0... Okay, well, that solves that one. But it still doesn't solve why it's not setting it to -1. Well, that should fix it so it actually spawns items now, and now we're missing a... Blah, 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 blah. What is happening? Okay, all right. Chemistry Nick says, doing great, but I have to go to school. Totally understandable. Thank you for at least popping in, saying hi. Hopefully school goes well. Fingers crossed. Ugh. Very important for you, so hopefully it goes well. So it should only be... I don't even think it should be double parentheses on this one, right? Why would this be double parentheses? It shouldn't be. Okay, so you are your own thing. You are to you. You are to you. Yeah, and then you're setting it to this. Okay. So then over here, we get rid of that. Come over here, get rid of that. No. Math floor. You're your own thing. You're your own thing. +1. Is that? That's not right. It's 911. You to you. Yeah, so you are your own thing. So you're 911 times 4. So you'd be equal to 4. And then you are your own thing. Actually, I think I did mess that up. I think you do need to have parentheses here. I'm just not doing well with JavaScript tonight. I apologize. It is a rough night for JavaScript. I'm messing it up hardcore. Okay. Wait, we do not need the double parenthesis at the end. What is happening there? Get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, if you're doing the dialogue trees with 26 of the same messages. I know, right? That was, probably not smart. Probably not smart on my end. But I've commented the code, so I kind of know which one is each thing is doing. Kind of. So we add those back. You are correct. You are correct. You. Oh, you mean for your language? Oh, yeah. I guess that's true, because as you're learning the language, you'll have to replace each character. That's going to be fun. That is going to be a blast for you. Good luck with that. Whew. Try not to have too much fun. All right. Okay, what is happening here? You. What are you doing? Okay. Let's just adjust this. So, 98 plus that times 4. And then we set it to okay. I think we get rid of these. Let me say you equal 1. Okay, that should be exactly how I have it set up in the other one that I know is working. So then if we say, get rid of that, copy you. Let's just say, do not call for that. Do not call for it. Get rid of that, paste that in there. We're gonna say parallel process, control variables, set variable 912 to be equal to 1. Nope, 911. Set 911 to equal to 1. Cool. And then wait for 999. Sure. Okay, save that. Missing from the arguments list. U to U, +1. Do I need to have the random number in its own parenthesis? That's the case. Okay. What is happening here? Oof, I apologize. Aaron TTV says, this is a small time. You don't want to know what I have to do for my in-game shops to work with the color system and then the morality system. So you're going to have the shops all change based on the player's morality as well? Ooh. I'm not sure which one sounds worse to have to do. Either the morality system or the language system. Wait, is the shop also going to change based on translation? And what color state? Cool. But yeah, so like, are you going to be also renaming items based on the language that you're learning? Or are those going to stay the same? Okay, so I'm assuming so long as this isn't actually trying to go, it should just be this thing right here. Don't tint the screen, flash the screen. I want to see. It is doing this, right? Okay, yes. And then it's freaking out. Why are you freaking out? Set value, 98. All right, let's go with the more simple one. Let's go with this one. 99 plus that. Okay, so you are you. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Why? Oh, wait, what am I doing? Why am I adding equals there? Okay, well that's one thing. That's one thing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I should get rid of that flash now, because then I just have to sit and wait for an extra second just to then be told that I'm wrong. So it's gotta be with this other one, right? So if we go like this, why can I not set a basic variable? What is with me tonight? Okay, yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's this one then. So if I comment that out, and I just go with these two. Okay, all right, good. So it is just something weird going on here. What am I doing with my life? Whew. It's like learning Hyrulean in Zelda. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so no, the language is more for people who want to learn hidden bits of lore. Gotcha. But you don't have to learn. Okay, that makes more sense. Jesse says, be back in a few. Good luck, Jesse. Try and be safe out there. It's a dangerous world out there. Okay, so where is the issue in this line of code? So 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do I just need to have a second parenthesis there? Is that all it is? Yep, that's all that is. Okay, so what does that mean for everything going forward? Glad you asked. Well, that means we just need to make the rest of these look like this. Should be easy enough. Okay, so we do not need double parentheses on these guys. I don't know why I was doing that. Freaking out for some reason, I guess. Okay, so then we go, so 1, 2, U, and then comma, comma, comma. Get rid of the equals to, and then a closing. Okay, that should be good there. So we then get rid of the double double on all of them. Okay, get rid of the double on all of them. We get rid of you, comma, -1, -1. Then on this one, it is 1 here, 1 there, 1 there. Get rid of that double. Put this in its own parenthesis. And then over here, have a double closing parenthesis. Cool. All right. And then over here on this one, need to get rid of the double parenthesis plus you, yada, yada, yada. Put you in your own parenthesis. And the double parenthesis, whoop, the double parenthesis. Oh boy. All right, we're almost there. We are almost there. U times 4, so then get rid of you, put you there, over here, double parenthesis there. I don't know how I messed this thing up so bad. I know that, you know, you step away for a few days and you're just kind of like, but this is bad. This is really bad. Really, really bad. But it's okay. We're getting there. We are making our way downtown. Walking fast. Base is past and I'm homebound. All right, RTG, come down here. You are going to trigger common event. Spawn monsters. Everyone cross your fingers. Ooh, all right. Salesman says, I love when storytelling is intrinsic like that. Good idea. Yeah, absolutely. I think that the learning the language is a lot of fun. I think that's a great idea that Aaron's got. Fun fact, the baby that owns the shop in Twilight Princess, his billboards around Hyrule, when translated to English, say, welcome to my shop, come buy my... I like it. I don't think I've ever gone through and tried to translate that, so that's kind of funny they would put that in there. Kind of surprising, actually, but I like it. I like it. Why? I was so close. I was so close. Okay, I know this one's working because this is the one that I directly copied and pasted, and it was good to go. So we should have single parentheses in the beginning. Single, 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 single. A parenthesis opening up into the next section. Yes. Parentheses closing out of the next section. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Comma, and then a parenthesis opening up to the next math random. See, opening up to math random. Parenthesis opening up to math random. Parenthesis, parenthesis. And at the very end, it should be double parentheses. Okay. I do it wrong on one of these shorter ones. Huh. This would be so much easier if RPG Maker would just tell me what the problem was. Okay. Let's do this. We're gonna flash. Red for this area. So red for monster. Green for nothing. Blue for item. And then we'll see where we go there. That is why I prefer eventing to scripting. Yeah, the eventing really doesn't error out like this, which is a huge plus. There's just a lot of little things that I'm trying to do that wouldn't be very possible with just eventing, unfortunately. Okay, so we got red, blue. Okay. We're making our way. We're figuring it out. So items. So this is flashing blue. So we're in here. Well, so we got red. We never got nothing, which is green, which, okay, fine. I think it might be somewhere in these. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut red, put you in here. Cut green, put you in here. Cut blue, put you in there. And then we're going to go white in here. See what happens. Because then we'll know it's a actual thing with the item spawning. Okay. So we're going to keep this here, and we're going to make you yellow. So yellow's got the problem, huh? What's your problem, yellow? What's what got you down, huh? What's got you down? Okay, so here we go. 98, 99, 100. Okay. I'm comparing both of these to each other. Okay, so it goes open, 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 close, close, comma, equals -1. Okay. Then you 111, comma, am I blind? Am I not seeing what's happening here? Is it the if statements? If game variables dot value 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Am I seriously missing the comma in the if statements? I mean, not the comma, the closing parenthesis in the if statements? Is that literally all it is? It might be. All right. Okay, now here is a weird concern. It was not... It should be flashing these other colors too. But it was not. Wait, 911. That's not gonna work. Because 911 is the progress we're making here. We can't do that. What is what am I doing? Okay, so then 911 here. Jesse, welcome back. Glad you're back. Glad you made it in one piece. We finally found one issue, and now we're running into another issue. Aaron TV says, that reminds me of me trying for 8 hours to find why my script wasn't working, only to forget I didn't have an end at the end. Yeah, it happened. The most frustrating thing about those is that it's the tiniest things that you overlook because they're so tiny, and they just break things for hours, and you're just like, what is happening? Where is this? And you're like, why would I try and search for something so minuscule? Like, it couldn't be that. Why would I have forgotten to add something like that? And then that is what the problem is, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. Okay, so we can't use 911. We're not. What am I thinking? It is not 900. 911 is the reference variable. We're not setting that variable. We're setting 98 plus 911 times 4, which would be 102 if you're in room 1. A room 1 would be a random number between 1 and 4. Okay. All right. Old Turtle, welcome, welcome. Glad you're back. Glad you're here. Welcome. We're having a great time. It's been a great night actually. Been a lot of fun. Been chatting. We've been working hard, getting stuff done. We're currently working on spawning monsters and items in the dungeon, which has taken much longer than I expected it to. I kind of thought this was going to be like an hour, maybe 2 hour thing, and it's been almost the entire night. But did I have a good Valentine's? I did. I'd actually a really good Valentine's. My wife and I actually went out to a like ball thing that was being put on in my hometown. It's really weird to go back. I haven't been there in a very long time, but it was fun. It was a good time. Yeah, just a family up there apparently puts on this ball every year, and they like have a band come out and play, and like everyone gets all dressed up in like formal attire, and it was a good time. It was a lot of fun. It's a long drive though. It is a long drive to get back to my hometown, so it was a lot of driving, but it was worth it. It was a good time. So, how about yours? Did you do anything fun or exciting? Okay, so this is saying if that variable is equal to 4, equal to 3, equal to 2, because it's setting it to a random number between, if it's an item, set 99, which is item 1, set it to a random number between 1 and 4, and then it's saying if you're equal to 1, if you're equal to 2, if you're equal to 3, yada yada yada. Okay, so you're flashing yellow, and then let's flash it white. I don't know, blue, an aqua blue. Okay, so when we get the aqua blue flash, oh man, but I don't know what that's gonna be actually referencing, because if it's not, yeah, that's not gonna do anything. Okay, okay, let's get rid of that, because really it should be actually going into one of these. It has to go into one of these 4 pools of code. So if it doesn't, then we know we've got a problem. Come in here. -1, -1, -1, -1. I mean, at least it's setting negatives now. So monster layout is 6, so no monsters, no items. No monsters, no items. No monster, no items. No room, nothing. No room, nothing. No room, nothing. No room, ooh, okay. So this spawned an item. Item number 3. I think it's just not doing the if statements correctly. Because it should be flashing, like it's setting the variable, but then it's not actually coming in here. So what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Game variables value 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Game variables dot value. Oh, wait a minute. Got the parenthesis in the wrong place. Like 99% sure that's what it is. I need to put it there, not after the number. If that's the case, then we can all agree I'm an idiot. We can all agree that I'm an idiot. Yes, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Cause now it's flashing the colors, and we know that it's spawning the dice. I'm an idiot. Mine was cool, pretty low key with my partner. I feel like that is a good way to go about it. I don't know. Valentine's Day is fine and all that fun stuff. I do feel like there's a lot of pressure that is put onto Valentine's Day, right? And so yeah, I feel like it's much better to just have it be more low key. So long as you both enjoy it, that's what matters. Okay, so this should spawn once, or that should flash once to let us know that it's done. There we go. Okay, let's do some checking, see what it has spawned. So, room number 1 has an ID, it's empty. Room number 2 has an ID, it is empty. Room number 3 has an ID, and it is not empty. Room number 4 has an ID, it has a monster. Room number 5 has a monster. Room number 6, there is no room number 6. Room number 7 has a dice. Has nothing. 10 is not a room. 11 has a dice. Nothing for 12. 13 has a dice. Okay. So far, it all seems fine. There does seem to be a lot more nothings than I was anticipating. So room 14 has a monster. Room 15 has a monster. Room 16 has nothing. Room 17 has a monster. Room 18 is nothing. Room 19 is a monster. Room 20 is nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. 25 has a monster. Okay. It all seems to be actually spawning things correctly. Now, this is specifically just, it's assigning an ID, right? It's not actually spawning anything, but it's just saying, hey, this room will have this thing in it, which is half the battle. So now that we have that working for you, let's come over here. We've got the movement, and basically the movement. So copying current room info to room database info. Okay. Yes, that is right. So it copies the room info that you were currently in when you were leaving, puts it all back on the shelf. And then it transitions, does all of that stuff. And then reveal next room, add new room info from DB to current room. So I believe we should already actually be doing all of that correctly. So we're in room 46, right? Let's come down here to find room 46. So right now, that's incorrect. I need to fix that. But for now, that's okay. So we can go in any direction. So if we go to room 47, so one to the right, we should be in a room where there is a dice. Let's do this. If we go like this, we come back over here. Room 46 is now 15111. I guess that actually is right because it pulled all that information. Never mind. That is correct. We don't have to fix that. So then room 47 is 6 -1 1 -1. So if we come over here to current room, is 6 -1 1 -1. There we go. Perfect. Blobtick, gotta go. No worries at all. Thank you so much for being here. So much fun chatting, hanging out. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to make the next live stream, but if not, take care, and we'll see you whenever you can make it. All right. So that is copying the information over correctly. So that is fantastic. Okay. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that is correct. Okay, so we are getting the information from the room database into the current room. Of course we are. It's literally showing the dice right here. Okay, so if we... Actually, let's come over here. Let's hide everything. Let's come over here to the -2 and delete that. So yeah, if as we move around, you should see the dice on the floor. Well, there we go. The dice are already working. Oh, hey, look at that. There's a monster in this room. You want to know how I know? Because these things popped up. These things pop up if there's a monster in the room because you need to fight it. And now there's no more monster. And there we go. Look at that. There's a dice. And this one should have a monster. It's working. It's working. Okay. So if we were to pick this up. Why can't I pick it up? Why can't I use my dice? What's happening? Nice move, load of graphics, pick up, released. Okay. Oh wait, is that the problem? We just need to say, hey, control switches, turn on loaded graphics over here. Loaded graphics. There we go. Chemistry Nick says, are you planning to make game modes? What kind of modes are you, like, what game modes do you have in your head right now? Because the answer may be yes. Like, if you're meaning like time attack type things, like, hey, clear this dungeon in X amount of time, or if you're meaning something like that, then yes. But if you're meaning something else, like some other type of node, I may need a bit more information, and then I can tell you yes or no. I can move. I still can't move my dice. Why can I not move my dice? Loaded graphics. Picked up. Released. Loaded graphics should be on. Okay. That should be all there is that's needed, right? F9. Loaded graphics is on. Spawn dungeon is on. New room is on. Show HUD is on. Picked up. Released. Why can I not pick these up? This is making no sense. Like hardcore mode, hardcore, more enemies, less dice. Speedrun mode has a timer, endless, etc. Yes. I'm gonna say yes. There will definitely be. I'm trying to think of the best way. So this will be a game. So the best way I can think of it to describe it is if you have ever played, and now I am blanking on the name. Not Soul. I can picture it in my head. It's a side-scrolling pixel game where, oh man, how would I describe this? Side-scrolling pixel game where it's like an action combat game. It is from like the perspective of, it's like a side view perspective. It's like a platformer action combat game, and when you die, you keep like a certain type of currency that you've collected, and so when you die, you go all the way back to the beginning, but you've kept that currency, and so then you can then upgrade different abilities and things like that. I don't know why I cannot think of what that game is called. Anyway, so think kind of like that for this game, where it's like, as you're progressing, you will die, right? Like, there's no getting around that. You will die. Like, yes, you could get lucky and not die, but like the chances of are like you will die, right? And so then you will go back to the beginning, but you have leveled up your spells and you're doing things like that. And so when you die and go back to the beginning, you're not technically starting from scratch because you have stronger spells this time. And then you go in, you try and progress further and further and further. And then when you die, yes, you go back to the beginning, but then you are able to upgrade spells and things like that. So kind of like that. So there will be modes different, and yeah, so hardcore mode, yes, I would absolutely love to do that. A speedrun mode, I would love to do that as well. So yes, answer your question, yes, there will be modes. Salesman, it's been fun hanging, dude. I hope to catch you later and see how this moves along. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. No worries. I know that duty calls, life is ever moving, so I appreciate the time you've been here. It's been so much fun, absolutely a blast. Yeah, and hope to see you in some future streams. So anyway, yes, Chemistry Nick, I hope that answered your question. It's funny because like I feel like every week the type of game this game is changes. Like every single week it feels like sometimes it feels like, oh, I'm going more RPG-esque, and other times I'm like, okay, now I'm going a little bit more like you progress as far as you can, collecting things, and then when you die, you lose everything except for like whatever it is that you would keep, and then you would be upgrading things as you progress further. Anyway, we'll get that nailed down eventually. For now, though, that's kind of like the general idea that I'm going with, is something like that. Okay, so why can I not pick up and move my dice? That is a real head scratcher, because I can move around the dungeon, everything's fine. That should not have spawned a 20. You should never find a 20. Holy crap. What is happening here? What? 20? That no, you should not ever have a 20. You are equal to 60. All right. I don't know what's going on there. 60. What would 60 be? Oh, actually, yeah, I think I did that wrong. Flesh just says in before it becomes an MMO. What's before? Oh my goodness. Throat pies, throat piesy. I ain't saying anything, but a D20 is a D20. You are absolutely 100% correct. A D20 is a D20. I don't know why I was asking what is that. It shouldn't be a D20 though. It should be like a D1 or it should be a D20 with a value of a 1 or a 2. That was my my confusion. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could be here. Yeah, we're making a game, random dungeon generation and all that fun stuff. And for some reason, I cannot pick up the dice. I could do that yesterday. I don't know why I can't do that today. I could do that just earlier, couldn't I? It was a bug, but I fixed it. And now it's not working again. What is it wanting? They're all parallel. I think it's a problem with the initialization. I think I need to control switches, turn on, always on, because always on should always be on. That is why I called it always on. And if we turn that on, hey, look at that. I can move my dice again. The reason that was working or not working is because I have a common event over here, get mouse coordinates. And so long as the switch always on is on, it is always getting the X and Y value of the dice, because that's what you have to do with RPG Maker for some annoying reason. Anyway, yeah, good times. Chemistry Nick says, in my country, we have a saying, if you give, I'll take, and it means that we want it. Well, I am hoping that I will be able to give, yeah, there's also a similar saying in the United States, and that is, if you build it, they will come. So, yeah, the idea of, you know, if there's something there, people will be there. I guess it's kind of similar in a weird roundabout way. In my mind, it sounded more similar. Anyway. Yes. Okay, so we can now pick up dice. I'm also now realizing over here in the spawn, we do not want to set you to these things. We want to say +1. So this should be plus 21. This should be plus 41. And this should be plus 61. I don't know why I messed that up, but I did. There we go. 1. Okay, that is better. That is, we're actually getting 1s and 2s, not 20s. So that's better. That is a lot of monsters we have. So I know you can't see them because they're not actually showing on the screen here yet. But yeah, right here, every time you see this text down here, that means there's a monster in the room because you should be able to draw and attack. So that's a lot of monsters all back to back. Good times. No more D20s. I know. But it was a bug. I had to fix it. You can't just walk around picking up D20s in the dungeon. That would be way too... You'd be able to upgrade your spells and max them out way too quickly. So we absolutely cannot have that. But, you know, that's bugs for you. Okay, so we have the back end working of the monsters, items, and trap spawns. So now we need the front end. Technically, we have the front end for the dice already. But what if the 20 was a mimic? Ooh, I like that idea. Have a couple D20s around the dungeon just to make you be like, whoa, a D20, and you go to pick it up, and then just all of a sudden a mimic. I'm actually, I kind of like that actually. Like, it won't hurt you if you don't try and touch it, but as soon as you try to pick it up, it then becomes a, okay, I like that. Maybe keep it, but if it was like a 0.00001% chance of happening, I mean, I guess we could have that. Just the absolute rarest drop is a D20. Alright, but here's what we do. We have a 0.0001% chance of it being a D20, but you have a 0.00001 chance of it actually being a D20. All the rest are just mimics. So you have the chance. If you see a D20, you're like, it could be a D20, or it could be a mimic, and you'll never know until you actually try to go pick it up. If you want it to be really fun, you'd have to let them sometimes be a D20. Yep, yeah, exactly, yeah. So you just have like the smallest chance of it actually being a D20. So you're like, if I pick it up, it could be crazy good, but if I pick it up, it could also just be a monster. That is actually, all right. We're going in here. We're gonna say, make low spawn chance D20, but most of the time it's a mimic. That is hilarious, and I absolutely love it. And we are 100% gonna put that in the game. 100%. It's an extremely low chance that it ever happens, but when it does, and you see it, and you're like, ooh. That's evil, but I love it. All right, look at that. We got a little bit of a brainstorming session going on. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Throat pies, if you're still here, this is the kind of stuff you can expect from these streams. Collaboration and fun. So, I don't know if you just kind of came in, said your piece and left, but if you're still here, glad you're still here. Anyway, okay, so we have the dice working. Now we need to actually get the monster spawns working. So we can actually do that in here in the transition stuff. So how are we currently getting the dice to show? Aaron TV says, I do have a good game idea. I'm just too busy to work on it with the current one I'm working on. Yeah, that's, I will say I 100% understand that. There are so many things that are running through my head constantly, and I'm like, I want to make that into a game. I want to make that project. I want to do this. And yeah, there's just not enough time in the day. So I completely get that, 100%. But if someone can make it, it would be really cool, but mental. Well, I feel like now you have to, you got to tell us what this game idea is. What's rattling around in your noodle? What is... My goodness. I am so out of it. I apologize. What have you got in your head that's not enough time to make? Iman0998. Hello. Welcome to stream. Glad you could be here. Welcome. We're having a grand old time making a game and chatting about other games and other game ideas. So welcome. So right now, room, floor, dice, slot 1. Okay, so this right here and this right here is what's actually showing the dice. So I believe it would be on this page then, because yeah, that's the actual transition animation. Are you using RPG Maker? I am. Yes, I am using RPG Maker. If you want to see what we've got so far, we are currently working on a randomly generated dungeon. I need to get rid of that flash really quickly. I just need to get rid of that. We don't need that flash anymore. We already know that it's good to go. So yes, using RPG Maker, we are building out this randomly generated dungeon, and so far in it, you can move around. Ooh, and that's about it so far. I mean, we have more than that, but in this scene specifically, this dungeon scene, you can move around, you can pick up the dice. Yeah, and there are monsters technically here that are spawning, and you only know that because these buttons pop up down here, but there's not actually a monster that it's showing. But there will be monsters will be getting implemented next. So yeah, you can move around and you got all these dice and you can merge the dice and make higher valued dice, and it's a good time. It's a grand old time. Not exactly something you would normally see in RPG Maker, but I like making stuff like this in RPG Maker. So RPG Maker MZ or MV. This is MV. I never ended up buying MZ just because it looked like there was so little different about it. I was like, I've already got MV, I might as well stick with it. And then I was like, you know what, when the next big version update comes along, then maybe I'll get that one. But yeah, so this one's just done in MV, so nothing too crazy. Well, I say that, it is very much crazy. I would not recommend doing this type of stuff in RPG Maker at all, but it's possible to do, so I'm gonna do it. Okay, so this is where it's spawning the dice. Fantastic, great. Let's have also here, we need to show the monster, right? So let's do this. We're gonna say new comment, spawn monster. Is that what I had here? Room floor dice 1. So maybe it's not spawn monster because we're not spawning the monster. We're just showing the monster. Showing monster. Let's say conditional branch if the variable current room monster is greater than 0. Flesh of Dust says the biggest difference, MZ is 64-bit whilst MV is 32-bit. That's true. There are a lot of back-end changes and updates to MZ from MV, but all the changes there were, none of them really affected what I was wanting to make, which is why I was like, I'm not going to spend another $80 to buy this new engine. So Iman 0998, I'm just going to call you Iman, okay? Not 0998, unless you would like me to include that. I use RPG Maker MZ, still working on my game. You're using JavaScript, right? That's awesome. Yeah, MZ, if I hadn't paid full price for MV, which I did, I would probably have bought MZ. But because I spent like the 80 or 85 bucks for MV, I was like, I'm going to stick with MV. So MZ though, absolutely fantastic still. So you're working on a game. What, I mean, I was going to say, what kind of game are you making? I would assume probably an RPG. But yeah, how's your game coming along? And I am using JavaScript, right? Yes, I do use a lot of JavaScript because of the way I reference variables. It's much more efficient to use JavaScript. So yeah, I very heavily use JavaScript to try and get the stuff that I want to work. Yeah. Oh boy. All right, here we go. So Aaron says, so think a Metroidvania game like Super Metroid, so that style of maps, and with game mechanics like upgrades / new powers and weapons, etc. The difference, it's always online with one, and then you add just the Dark Souls invader mechanics, where players can invade your world. The goal you have to stop or invade others. To stop them getting the god power or relic or whatever, and once you get it, everyone who's playing the game can / will invade you if you die and not leave the world or etc. with the relic returns. Okay, It's the area it came from, and you lose all your experience and have to start over from 0. So you could have 60 to 80 people trying to kill you because you got the relic. Okay, I like that game. That is a really cool concept. I know that I would never be able to make something like that. I have experimented with multiplayer stuff once before, and it was such a headache. I was like, I don't think I will ever mess with this stuff again, unless I were to be using an engine that had multiplayer built in. I don't think I would ever mess with that again. But I do like that. I think that's really cool. So yeah, so you get the relic, you've got like these godlike powers, and then it basically is like marking you on the map, and it's like, hey, the person's over here, go get them. I think that's really cool. Yeah, a really cool concept. Absolutely love it. I would say if nothing like that pops up anytime soon, and once you have time, you should definitely make it. Everyone has their own world. Right. Everyone has their own world, and then other people would drop into your world. They would invade you. Yeah. But you can invade other people's worlds. Okay. Yeah. I think that's a really cool concept. So yeah, it's not like you're all inhabiting the same world. You've all got your own world. But then yeah, and then you or other people would invade yours or other people's worlds, but then you would run the risk if you had that relic that other people would then be able to kill you and take it from you. That is really cool. I like that. I feel like that kind of mechanic kind of resembles a lot of games like Rust, where it's like, you know, when you take your stuff and you go out into the world, like you run the risk of just losing it all, but then taken to a much higher realm of risk if you've got this relic that is, you know, basically giving you these godlike powers. So yeah, I like that. That is really cool. Okay, so right here we're saying if the current room monster is greater than 0, so if there is a monster, then we want to show that monster. So the way we're going to do that is we grab this guy. So 46, layer 46. What layers are we using? So point of view 36.
Thanks for the follow, Woman0998.
I'm in 0998. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we have a good time here working with RPG Maker, chatting back and forth. There's always a stage for everyone to chat about their projects they're working on. So if you ever wanted to talk about your project you're working on, you've got a great community here, and we will all, you know, we love to listen, give feedback, and yeah, so welcome. Glad you're here, and hope you enjoy your time here. Okay, so the POV image layers we are working with is 37 through 48. 36, player face, vitality dice, strength, luck, floor layout, picked up dice. You're really cool, bro. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we try to keep it chill around here. So, yeah, it's a good time. I enjoy it anyway, and hopefully everyone else does too. I mean, people keep showing up, so I'm assuming everyone's having a good time. Yeah, we've had many a person come through here, and we've chatted about their projects, and we've all listened to the issues they're having with their projects, tried to help out, and yeah, it's a good time. So I think we can still use the same image layer, 46, because if there is a monster, there wouldn't be a dice. Yeah, I think that should be fine. So let's check over here. So we've got monster 1-1. That's the naming convention. Okay, so it is monster, and then we would say monster plus, and then we want the variable. So current variable, so 95 would be item 1, so 94 should be item, so should be monster. Yes, that should be the monster. Okay, so we do monster plus 94 plus -1. Okay, that should show the monster. And then we're going to show the monster at 640 by, where are we actually showing the monster? Hey, there's my thumbnail that I was making last minute for YouTube because I completely forgot to schedule the live stream, and I'm like, gotta get this thing scheduled. I feel like ever since I changed my streaming schedule, it has gotten so bad because I completely forget to schedule the YouTube stream, and then it's like 2 seconds before I'm about to go live, I'm like, oh yeah, I do not have a thumbnail at all. Okay, so this is showing at 640 by 162? 162, okay. So 640 by 162. 100, 100, 255, 0. Fantastic. So that should show that monster. Cool. Now here's actually, yes, that makes more sense, because then on the else handler, it erases image layer 46. So if there is a monster, show it. If not, erase it. Because then it moves on to the dice, it'll show it if there is one. If not, gets rid of it. So, okay, so with that, we should be able to come in here, and if we can find a monster, there's a dice. Should be a monster here. Is it gonna give me an error? I feel like it should. Because if not, why is it not showing? Oh, wait. That's right. I realize why it's not. So it checks this first, right? It says, hey, is there a monster in this room? If so, show it. If not, delete the picture. And then it comes down here. It's like, hey, is there a dice in this room? If so, what kind of dice? If not, delete it. So it's showing the monster, and then it immediately deletes the monster. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? What image layers do we have to work with? We could just say the monster is one image layer, the dice is another image layer, and then dice number 2 is another image layer. I think that's what we might have to do. Yeah. So how are we gonna do that? With POV. POV is using 37 through 48. I believe the dungeon image layer is 37. Let's see how that is. No. Wait, no, that's the dungeon UI. Okay, that's UI. And then it does... When does it show? I think it's over here with the RTG spawn. Come down here. Yes, 37. Okay. Who inspired you to get into game development? I just always wanted to make a game. So back when I was probably like, I've played games my entire life. I mean, like me and my older brother, we would play the original Super Mario when I was like 4, 5, like, you know, so, you know, playing games our entire lives. And then we used to play old, like, point and click adventure games. Like if you've ever played like King's Quest or Space Quest or anything like that, used to play those all the time. And so originally I really wanted to make a game like that, like a point and click RPG type game. I thought it'd been so much fun. I wish that I could find the folders of maps that me and my brothers would draw for the layout of how we wanted our game to be. Those things are long gone. And so anyway, it was really just the inspiration of always, whenever I would play a game, I would always wonder, how did they make that? Like, what did they do there? How is this working? I want to make one myself, yada, yada, yada. And so I started using RPG Maker back when I was like 10, 11 years old. So like 20, yeah, like 19, 20 years, like 18-ish years ago. Anyway, so yeah, so as far as like anyone specific, I wouldn't say there's anyone particularly. It's just that with all the games that I played growing up, I always was like, I want to make a game. Just because like there were so many games that I would play and I'm like, this is amazing. You know, played every single Final Fantasy. I'm like, these games are so much fun. They're so amazing. I would love to make a game like this one day. Like my ultimate goal was I was like, I want to make a game like this one day to where other people will play it and be inspired to want to make a game like that because they would also see it and be like, this is amazing. And one person made this. This is crazy. I also want to make a game. So anyway, yeah. So my inspiration, I would say, is just because I have played so many games and I'm like, I want to play a game that other people play and go, wow, this is amazing. I had so much fun playing it. That's, you know, ultimate goal and the drive behind it. For you, it's Dan Hauser. Dan Hauser, huh? Why did I not know that name? Dan Hauser. Dan Hauser. Movie spouse. Video game writer and producer. He's one of the co-founders of Rockstar Games, alongside with his brother Sam Hauser. Okay, I thought I recognized the name, but I did not know who it was. Yes, that is a great person to be inspired by. Yeah, he has done crazy stuff. So yeah, that is a huge inspiration right there. Yes, absolutely. I like it. Okay. Showroom. Oh, it's right there. Showroom POV 37. All right. So what are we doing here? So we need to show the items. Why do I have such a big gap? That's what I'm wondering. So when I say gap, so with RPG Maker, the images all work on layers, right? So if you were to come in here and you were to show picture, you have picture number, which is basically a layer, right? So picture number 58 would show below 65. 65 would show above 60. So you've got these layers, and you only have 100 layers to work with in RPG Maker. I hate that you're limited to 100, but that's where you're limited to. So right now, room, which is, whoop, not that one, which are these things. So the actual POV, room is being shown on image layer 37. And so starting at 37, it goes through, so if you come over here, I've got my notes. So POV is 37 through 48. So those are the image layers I have to work with to get stuff to show in this box here. I don't know why I am leaving such a wide gap between, because right now the room itself is showing on image layer 37, but then the monster and the dice, so dice 1 is showing on image layer 46, dice 2 is showing on image layer 47. I think 48, yep, is the transition. Okay, so 46, 47, and 48 are all accounted for. But I don't know why we would be showing everything like that above all these other layers. Could I not just say, all right, room is image layer 37, which means the monster should be image layer 38. I think so. 38, yeah, I would say we could just do 38. So let's do 38. Switch this from 46 to 38. 38. There we go. Chemistry Nick says, what is your favorite type of music or performer? That is a great question. It changes a lot. Yeah, tons. It depends on the mood I'm in. Type of music. I mean, I would say probably the most commonly, not even that though. I would say like the most commonly listened to, but I'm like sitting here thinking and I'm like, it changes so much. Like if I come over here, we're gonna do a little bit of a embarrass Kevin right now type thing. So if we come over, we're gonna go into my liked songs. I'm gonna bring this over here. So as you can see, my liked songs. So I recently added 3 songs from a Goofy movie. Those are always a good time. I've got APT, however you pronounce that, by Rose and Bruno Mars. My wife will not let me live this one down. She showed me this song like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, okay. And she's like, isn't it like so catchy and fun? And I'm like, I guess so. And then I got it stuck in my head and I started listening to it, and then I added it to my thumbs up playlist, and then she saw that and was like, I thought you didn't like it. And I'm like, I did. But anyway, yeah, my music goes, like my taste for music and my, like, what I want to listen to all over the place. So yeah, like you got Sabrina Carpenter, there we go. You got some stuff from Arcane. You got freaking Hatsune Miku, more Hatsune Miku. You got some heavier stuff like Black Betty. Not really heavy, but Espresso. There we go. Imen. There's Espresso for you. We got some Tom McDonald. 5 Seconds of Summer. Electric Callboy. There's some heavy stuff right there. Real Samson. Slipknot. I don't know. Real Samson. Falling in Reverse. So yeah. I don't know. It's definitely changes depending on the mood I'm in, which is why my thumbs up playlist is just absolutely off the wall insane. Like it goes from the craziest stuff like Falling in Reverse to Edamame to freaking a yodeler right here. You got some Whitest Kids You Know. Yeah, it just, anyway, it is really hard for me to say what is and isn't my favorite kind of music, because it just, yeah. Anytime I show people my thumbs up playlist, everyone's just like, what is happening? What? They took down the Home Depot except it's a rap? Aw, Spotify. That's so sad. If you've never listened to this song by Wellen, look it up. Look it up, because it's hilarious. Anyway, so to answer your question, favorite type of music is anything and everything. I will listen to like screamo, metal, rap, country, classical. It's very difficult for me to narrow it down. So never heard that song. I'm more into nerdcore and rap. Yeah, Espresso, it's I would say it's not for everyone. I didn't like it the first time I heard it. I was like, it's fine, it's whatever. And then it's one that is like, it's very gets stuck in your head. It's a very catchy song. So yeah, if you've never heard Espresso, you may like it, you may not like it, and that is totally fine. Yeah. But you're more into nerdcore and rap and stuff like that. It's some good stuff there. My favorite producer is the man Bahisla. He has many songs, mainly about anime. All right, I will have to look him up because I have never heard of him before. But I'm always down for finding some more new music. Yeah, definitely gonna look that up after the stream. Okay, so we've got 37 is the room, 38 will be the monster, because I don't think we need to show anything behind the monster. It would literally just be the monster, because then anything that shows up above the monster would be attack animations and things like that. So I think we're good there. Yeah. Slipknot. Yeah, it's there's some weird stuff in my thumbs up playlist. Anyway, gotta go. Bye-bye. Chemistry Nick, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Go have a great rest of your day, and hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Tuesday night. So not tomorrow night, but the next. But yes, we will see ya. Okay, so Monster is 38. So I believe we could then say the dice are 39. And the biggest reason why I probably did this way originally was because when I was first setting it up, there were so many things I thought I would maybe need to do. And so I set it up these specific ways, but now I'm like, I don't actually need to do that. So we can go in here, fix this. That's the whole reason for us doing this. We are rebuilding from the ground up, making sure that we are, doing it right. which is kind of the problem with the first time, is we did not do it right. It was very buggy and all over the place. But Iman, yeah, so you've got espresso stuck in your head lately. It is a very catchy one that, yes, it gets stuck in my head so easily. If I'm being completely honest, I probably listen to it almost once every morning on my way to work, because I'm just like I'll sometimes just wake up in the morning and it's in my head, and so I'm like, well, I've got to listen to it at least once to get it out of my head. So I'll give that a listen to, and we'll call it good there. Okay, let's see how this works. So if we move up here, we've got a dice. Perfect. Oh, crap. I just realized. Oh, that is not good. Okay, it's not bad. We just need to adjust some things. Okay. So you're not 46 anymore. You are 39. So now anywhere it says 46, we need to say 39. Because this is referencing room items. Oh, dear crap. All right, I'm going to pull up a notepad because I need to make notes of all these things, because we need to change a lot of different things. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say 46 is now 39. 47 is now 40. Squishing bugs one at a time. Yep, absolutely. And some of these will be bugs that get, well, there shouldn't be too many. The reason why this bug is being carried over is because I just copied and pasted this dice move script from the old map to the new one, and it was referencing the old image layers, which just doesn't make sense to have them where they are. So we're gonna fix that. And then 45. So this is like the little markings on the floor that show where the dice can go. This needs to go below the dice, so it needs to go below 39 and 40. So it needs to be 38. Yes, that should be good. Okay. So 45 is now 38. There we go. And same thing with down here. 47 is now just 40. 47 is 40. And you do 38. Okay. Perfect. There we go. Iman says, my game is called Kaito and the Three Stones. Sounds very intriguing. I like the sound just from the name. Are you going like classic RPG with your game, or what kind of paint us with a broad brush how you would describe Kaito and the Three Stones? Because just from the name itself, it sounds intriguing. I want to hear more. I'm interested. Okay, so 45 is now 38. That's right. That erase picture, 38. Aaron says that's a kick-ass name. That is. I would agree. I don't know. I feel like there's also just something there that, like, you hear that and you're like, I want to know about these three stones. What about Kaito and these three stones? This might not actually work. Because 38 is the layer of the monster. We'll just have to say, if there's a monster, you can't do this. Which, let's do that right now. So here at the end, we're going to say yada, 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 and then and if game variables dot value, I believe it's 95? Is 95 current room monster? Current room monster is 94. So close. 94 is greater than or equal to 1. Yes. Because if you are a 0, that means you haven't spawned a monster. If you are a -1, that means you used to have a monster, but it's dead. So if you are just equal to or greater than 1. Greater than or equal to 1. I have to actually say that properly so that I don't ever type that in incorrectly, because I have sometimes done equal to or greater than 1, and it breaks everything. So greater than or equal to 1. Okay, so you're basically saying, actually, no. That is incorrect. If you are less than or equal to 1, because if you are greater than or equal to 1, that means that there is a monster and you should not be able to move things there. So we need to say if you are less than or equal to 0. So if there is no monster or the monster has been killed from the room, then you can move the dice over there. Okay, there we go. Bug fixed. We're good. We're good there. Aaron says, me right now. Oh boy, what do we got here? Poor Aaron. Poor Aaron. That can't be you right now. It's a happy day. It's a bright, happy day. Flesh of Dust says, I once made a first-person dungeon crawler for a 20-hour game jam. Yours looks much better, though. That is because I've spent over 2 months on this, so I had a lot more time than a 20-hour game jam. Hyman says, old RPG, my game is about Kaito. He falls in love with Princess, but she gets kidnapped. Basically, the Three Stones is trying to revive old legends from the past kingdoms. I know the scope of the game will not be long. That's all right. It doesn't have to be a super long game. No one ever says that your RPG has to be 1,000 hours long. You know, there's nothing wrong with just a nice, short, sweet, simple story. It tells the story. It doesn't stay for too long. Honestly, I feel like those are the best kinds of games. Just without any of that like crazy padding and fluff, like those can be a lot of fun. Aaron TV, yay, no sleep because brain won't shut off, so no sleep. Spent 3 hours on mine. Yeah, that's always a terrible feeling when you're trying to sleep and it just will not, like your brain just won't stop. That's a terrible feeling. Absolutely awful. So I apologize for that. Hopefully you can fall asleep soon. You know, if you're actually trying to fall asleep. I guess if you're not actually trying to fall asleep, that might be why you can't fall asleep. Just saying. Just saying. All right, what am I looking for? Bag slot 5-3. We're looking for the room. So current room 1. Here we go. You spent 3 hours on yours, though. Are you meaning like your current project? You spent 3 hours on it? I mean, I may have missed the context. Okay, so we got all of this fun stuff. There we go. Okay, so 99, yada, yada, yada. 46, yes. So 46 going to equal 39. 46 is going to equal 39. 6 is going to equal 39. 6 is going to equal 39. 39. Do. 9. Do. 6. 9. 6. 9. 6. 39. 6. 39. 46, 39. See, this is why I don't try and make changes, because sometimes things are just not great. And, oh my. You said 3 years, not 3 hours. I am so sorry. I had hours on the brain, and so I read that as 3 hours, and I was like, it's like, wow, 3 hours. That's impressive. Yes, 3 years. Game development time. Game development time, absolutely nothing to do with whether it's a good or a bad project, right? You can spend as little or as much time as you want But so long as you are satisfied with the final product, that's all that matters. You know, because either way, someone could look at it as being a good or a bad thing. Like if someone's like, wow, you spent 5 years on this, like it must be absolutely crazy, like that's insane. But like, you know, maybe you only had an hour, you know, every now and then to work on it. So saying, yeah, I spent 5 years or something like that on this may not be exactly what other people are thinking 5 years is. And, you know, if you had 20 hours or 40 hours or something like that, and you were able to dedicate a not straight, but like a very small chunk of time into those 40 hours, you know, maybe you made absolutely something incredible in that time. And at the end of the day, that it doesn't matter what other people think of your game, depending on how much time you've spent, right? All that matters is that at the end of the day, whether it's at the end of the day, at the end of a year, at the end of a decade, so long as the product that you have made you like, that's what matters. So there's your... I feel like every time I try and be inspirational, I feel like it's just coming off as weird. So I apologize if it's coming off as weird. I do not mean it to be. All I'm trying to say is don't ever compare your amount of time you spend on something to someone else's amount of time that they've spent on something. Different skill sets will have other things move quickly or more slowly, and you know, so long as your project that you're working on, you're happy with how it's going, there you go. That is what matters. Let's see. I'd say about a year and 8 months dev time on it, if I'm honest. I only dev when I'm in the mood, but 3 years since starting it. And that's totally fine. I mean, I figured it wasn't literally 3 years. But that would be impressive. That would be impressive if you're able to get that amount of time in. But yeah, 100%. You know, if it's just something you do when you're in the mood, or if it's a hobby of yours, then yeah, the timeline's going to be much longer, and that is totally fine. As long as you're having fun and enjoying it, that's what matters. Sorry. Iman says, what do you do for a living? I work in IT. I'm an IT manager. Absolutely love it. It's a grand old time. And yeah, that is what I do. I write design program for indie games on my own. Nice. Sounds like a good time. Thought I did the 16 hours for the font in one go. All right, fair. Good point. Good point. Hey, there we go. We finally got the monster to show up. There we go. He's showing up. And if we leave, he's gone. If we come back, he's there. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, so, okay, there we go. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, so the countdown timer for that is a little bit too long. Yep. Ugh, excuse me. A little bit too long there on that countdown, because if you try and move and merge the dice a little bit too fast, then yeah. Anyway, okay, so we have the monster showing. That is great. Fantastic. So what do we need next? Well, we're going to say we need a new event now at this point, because we need a new parallel process. Let's do monster animations. We're going to say... Iman says, did you go to college or are you self-taught? I double majored in creative writing and physics. Yeah, just all self-taught. I did go to college, but I didn't study anything that I'm currently using now. So when I went to college, I did my first year, I was doing graphic design. So I guess I kind of am using some of that, but I didn't really learn anything more than what I already knew now. Just stuff that I had already taught myself how to do in RPG Maker, in Photoshop and stuff like that. And then I switched my major to web design and don't really use that at all. And then I got about 2 years into that and I was like, I do not want to do this at all. I want to keep doing IT. I want to keep doing management stuff, and I'm not even, my major was nothing to do with that, and so I just stopped. Was it the best idea? Maybe not, but it's worked out for me so far. So anyway, yeah, so everything else though, RPG Maker, any design stuff I do, anything like that, it's all just self-taught. And yeah, I just like learning about new things, so I like to go in and, you know, dissect things and learn all about them on my own. Let's see. Flesh to Dust said the maker of Harvest Moon spent 8 hours per day for 6 years. Oh, Stardew Valley. 8 hours a day for 6 years is insane. Holy crap. I mean, that is a very polished game. And I know that he was a solo dev. He did literally everything. The programming, the art, the animations, the music, like, I get that 100%. And the fact that he was able to do that is absolutely insane. But 8 hours a day for 6 years is crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I could do this as a full-time job, right? If this was my full-time job, was to make a game and I could somehow be getting paid for it, I would probably be spending 8 hours every day because I would just treat it as my full-time job. It just sounds crazy to me, at least from my perspective, because I'm like, man, 8 hours a day, like I can barely get like 3 to 4 hours a day, 3 days a week with the stream working on this. So yeah, that's insane, but awesome. It definitely resulted in a great product. So he also had some really rough patches. I believe that, yeah, well, especially over the course of 6 years. Like, not only are you going to have really rough patches in the game you're making, but also just in life. Like, a lot can happen in 6 years. And so trying to get through not only life events, but then also issues with the game, wondering if it's worth what you're doing. And then especially once you start getting so far into it, you know, you start getting into year, 2 years, 3 years into it, and you start questioning, like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Like, is this going to be worth it? Yeah, that is crazy. Iman says, do you draw? Not really. I'm not great at drawing, unfortunately. I wish I was better. I really wish I was, but I am, and unfortunately am not great at drawing. So, don't really. What? Loki, welcome. Welcome, Loki. Glad you could be here. Oof. I was wondering where you were, actually. I guess I could have just gone and looked at your stream to see that you were streaming, and that's why you weren't here. But yeah. Oh, and you were lurking. Well, welcome. Glad you are here. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, everyone. Glad you could also be here. Yeah, we are working on a game. So I'm just going to be finishing up. I'm working on these monster animations. Not sure if I'm winding down. I've probably still got about 20-ish minutes or so. So I'm gonna hopefully get the monster animations working. But since everyone here is new, I will give you just a quick tour of what we're working on. So we're making a dungeon crawling RPG where you will be collecting D20s in the dungeon, and as you go through and collect the D20s, you will use them to upgrade spells in a spell book, and you will then use those spells to fight monsters. And the way you fight the monsters is it's based on the Blackjack rule set. So each monster has a armor class, right? So it's an armor class between, well, I guess 0 and I guess 20 would be the highest you could go, because in Blackjack you can only draw up to 21. And so you draw the cards. So this is a very unanimated monster, and eventually there will be the cards and all that stuff. But anyway, so you'd come across a monster, you would draw the cards until you draw below 21 but above their armor class, and then when you attack, it uses the spells to attack the monsters. So yeah, so we've got our random dungeon generation working, and we've been working on filling out the dungeon now that we have that working. So we've got the dice working. You can pick them up, put them into your inventory, you can drag and drop them and merge them together. And yeah, now we're working on the monsters. We're going to get them animated. And then once they are animated, we will then get it so that you can actually start drawing your cards and fighting them and all that fun stuff. Yeah, Loki, how did your stream go? Hope everything went well. What were you working on tonight? So let's pull this up. We're gonna grab heavy transition. Yes, so over here. Excuse me. Yes, let's grab that. So over here in the monster animation, current room monster is greater than 0. So over here in the variables, we will say current room monster, you're equal to or greater than 1, parallel process. And then we'll say if current room monster is equal to 1, yes, and then we will show the picture animations. Loki says it was good. Working on the VPET manager. Nice. Making some good progress there, I hope. Getting the settings menu fleshed out to allow for customization for the users. Nice. I feel like customization will go a long way for people. It's always nice being able to customize things like that. So I'm assuming for the customization, it would be specific to the person who is running it. Yes? Not like the viewers of the stream? Or can the viewers actually customize it from their settings? Correct, the person running the manager. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'll be really nice though. Yeah, customization, especially for VPET sims, go a very long way. So that'll be awesome. Very nice. I will need to go back and look at the VOD. I have had so little time, I feel like. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely go back and see all the progress you've been making. Yeah, your VPET project seems like so much fun. You're doing some awesome work there. Okay, so how... I guess the way I would animate this is I'm gonna say we're gonna wait I don't know, 20 frames, and then we'll say control variables. I think I have a variable somewhere for monster animations. Let me just do a quick search. Saving throw, intro text. Movement direction, player location. Okay. Don't think I have. Maybe I don't actually have something for the monster animation. I thought I did. Okay, here's what we're gonna do actually. Go over here to the test dungeon. So we have level up monster animation. Spawn monsters on. Oh, that actually, well, it's less efficient. Yeah, we're just going to use another variable. So let's come over here to the tomb, monster animations. So we're going to say, let's create a variable. This variable is going to be right here, 55. This is going to be monster animation frame. Add 1 to you. Okay. So let's also say conditional branch if the variable this is equal to 4. So if you're equal to 0, add a frame. And then if you're equal to 4, set it to 1. I believe that should be correct. Okay. So then we're going to say if current room monster is equal to 1, say show image monster plus this variable plus dash and plus game variables dot value uh 55. Okay. I think that should be all that we need, because then this is actually handling basically the animation part. Yes. Actually, I don't think we we need to differentiate here either, because that's all being handled by variables. I think we can actually take that out of that conditional branch and it'll just run through this. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's give that a try. Find a monster. Okay. It's doing some weird stuff. Let's see. What do we got here? It's got 4. Does it have 4 frames of animation? Actually, I think it's just got 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's got 3 frames of animation. So we just say if you're equal to 3, let's increase that wait time just a little bit. It seemed a little bit too fast. And then we're going to say, so if you're equal to 3, go back to 1. If not, add 1. That should be right. But I think the plan was to have it. Yeah. So the animation plan. All right, so how are we going to do this? We could just say, we do something like this. Instead of using that, just say over here, +1, wait 30 seconds, +1. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Not the best thing in the world, but that should get the effect that we're going for. Down. Whoa, what was that? What? Plus, 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 minus, minus. Ugh! Minus. Okay. I think that should be right. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Ninja Vanish. Yeah, it's that is a Ninja Vanish. What? Okay, so the variable starting out as a 0. What if we say set you to 1? So waits for 30 seconds, set you to 1. Well, that is why it seems to be going slow. Set you to 2. We're going to say 2, 3, 2, 1. I don't think I need those. So we're equal to 2, shows 2. Equal to 3, show 3. Equal to 2, show 2. Equal to 1, show 1. Equal to 2. Okay, that should be correct. Oof. There we go. There is the rough monster animations. Fantastic. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All righty then. So let's come back over here. What are we working on? Monster/item/trap spawns. Yeah, I think we should break this up just a little bit more because it's taking a little bit longer than I was hoping. But it is much better than I was expecting. So let's come over here. Let's do, we'll do monster. Well, we're not even done with the monster spawns though. We are done with item spawns. Item spawns. Item spawns. There we go. Loki says, okay, I must go to bed. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Loki. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great evening. Thank you so much for the raid again. I really, really appreciate that. And yeah, we get some great rest. And yeah. Very well. Okay, so we got the item spawns working. That is good to go. The trap spawns we haven't even started on. And the monster spawns, I guess technically the monster spawns are working. Technically. So when there is a monster, it spawns the monster. I think in my head, I'm just thinking, well, the monster spawns aren't technically finished because it's not showing their health and their AC and their attack, and it's not showing the cards. That will all come in time, so I need to tell myself this was literally just getting the monsters to spawn, which they are. So I think we can probably just say, all right, we're good there. Is there something weird with the animation? I thought I was good. Okay, that's a weird, terrible hallway. Yeah, it like goes down and then up, and then stops. Down, up, stops. It's fine for this one. But I want these animations to be universal for all of them, and so it's weird to have it be like stops. Up, over, stops. What am I doing wrong? That would do it. Adding an extra 30 frames there to the animation. There we go. Okay, I was just being stupid. That's all. Iman says, I can't draw either. People say just practice, not me. Yeah, I mean, I do know that practice does help. The more you practice, the better you will get, technically. I've tried many times, and I can't ever get good at drawing. I can draw very basic, simple cartoons and creatures and things like that, but anything more than that, cannot do it. Not at all. So, but you program well, though. Well, there you go. See, everyone's got their strengths and their weaknesses, and some people do really well in some aspects and other people not so much. And that is totally fine. So, as long as you are good at something and you enjoy that thing, then you have already won half the battle. Because I know lots of people who are really good at things that they don't enjoy, and I know people that don't enjoy the things they're really good at. So, you know, if you can at least be good at something and you enjoy doing it, then you are a step above a lot of people that I have known. Okay, so at this point, I think we can say the monster spawning is good. I think. Yeah, I think we'd say, ooh, hold up now. Monster -1-2. Okay. What? Was there something over here? Show monster plus U plus -1. I think the problem is it's trying to show an image here, but then there's the chance of if you move as it's trying to show another part of that animation, I think that's where it's doing weird stuff. Let's see if we can fix that bug. How are we going to fix that? I think what we need to do is we need to say, let's grab this. We're going to do RPG Maker MV script call list. Say find self switches. Grab you. And then over here, we're gonna say, you press to move. Very beginning here. Yeah, beginning here. Okay. Let's come in here. We'll do that. And then let's also, for map 1, this is map 9. Event, I'm guessing 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably event 4. And then turn A to true. There we go. Okay. So that should turn on this event's A, which is this guy right here. Okay. Then it should switch back to here. Think that should keep it from doing weird things. I think. Let's find out. What? A is on. I'm turning on A, but then I'm never turning it off. So down here, when it shows the monster, we're gonna say, do that. Well, let's also say, game variables dot set value of variable 55 to equal 2? Is that what it was doing? 2? Yes. I mean, that really shouldn't matter anyway, because as soon as this turns back on, it should go back to 2. So, you know. Let's also do this just because I want to see what happens. So if we flash the screen, and we're going to say, yeah, sure, we'll do that. Let's not wait, though. We're going to do 30 frames, don't wait. So this is going to look really weird, but there's a reason for this. I want to see if it is actually resetting this thing, right? So if I come up over here, false. Set it to false. Not true. There we go. Okay, so it should flash every time it gets back to that initial animation. So if I leave, then come back, and then leave. Okay, that should be right. Okay, good. Fantastic. I just wanted to make sure that it was resetting this whole process when it switches pages to A and then comes back. It should switch it all very initially. It's initializing the event, basically. Okay, perfect. So that way, anytime I come across this guy, it doesn't matter what frame of animation he's in. If I leave and come back, he is starting in that initial frame of animation. Fantastic. Awesome. That way we won't have any weird animation issues in the future. Cool. All right, well, yeah, I guess at that point we can then say, come over here, say, monster spawns is done. So there we go. So we've got items and we've got our monsters spawning. So now at this point, we just want to have trap spawns. Yeah, so we will eventually have that. We also need to do card draws / attacks. We need, oh, what else were we gonna do? There's another thing, but I cannot remember what it was. Card draws and attacks. Got the dice. We've got the monsters. I swear there was something else. Well, if I remember it, I will add it to the list. For now, though, I do not remember what it was, so we will just leave it as is. Anyway, it's coming along. We are making progress. Every day, we get a little bit closer to, well, where we were before, but with better, you know, mechanics and all that fun stuff. So, at this point, I think we are probably going to call it quits for the evening. We've got a lot accomplished, and we're going to be accomplishing even more on the next stream. So, I think we'll call it. I think we will call it. Anyway, well, move that up to the top. Yep, there we go. And then I will say thank you all so much for joining. I know, it's always sad, but it is 12:30 where I'm at now, so a little after midnight, and I have got work tomorrow morning, which is gonna come way faster than it should. So, yes. But anyway, so thank you everyone so much for watching, for chatting. This has been an absolutely fantastic stream. It's been so much fun. So thank you everyone. For everyone new, thank you so much for being here. For everyone who followed, absolutely fantastic. Love it. So, Flesh Dust, thank you so much for the follow. Iman0998, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Loki, I know that you left, so I'm still gonna thank you though. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. For everyone that's here from Loki's raid, if you enjoyed what we were working on and wanted to follow, absolutely fantastic. If not, that is totally fine. Completely understand. And yeah, to everyone else, I honestly am so very grateful for everyone here. Yeah, it was a fun night. Like, it was genuinely so much fun to chat, to work on the game, all this fun stuff. Absolutely fantastic. I hope everyone had as much fun as I did. And yeah, thank you everyone. Jesse, absolutely fantastic to have you here. Other Jesse, I know you're already gone, but fantastic to have you here as well. Am I missing anyone? Let's see. Blobtick, you're already gone. The Gaming Owl, I don't know if you're still here or if it was just a little bit of chatting you did, but if you're still here, thank you for being here. And I probably shouldn't just be going through naming everyone, because I know I'm going to forget someone, or I'm not going to name someone, and then I'm going to feel terrible. So I'm going to stop there. But thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening or day or afternoon, evening, wherever you may be in the world. I hope it's a fantastic one, and we will see you on not tomorrow evening, but the evening after that for stream number 2 of the week. Yeah, followed by stream number 3. So it's gonna be fun. I'm hoping we can get the combat system all implemented next time, so that should be a grand old time. Hopefully. Who knows? We'll probably run into a whole bunch of bugs and it's gonna be absolutely terrible. Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, thank you so much. And yeah, hope everyone has a great time, and we'll see you later. I'm rambling and circling back, and I am not going to do that anymore, so farewell.